la nada. Y en uno de los primeros comentarios le digo, oye, ¿puedo jugar contigo? ¿Y qué te voy a decir yo? Sí, sí, venga, venga, métete, métete, que te agrego. Para luego te diga, no, si es que mi elo son 5000, ¿sabes? O cualquier mierda.
Uy.
Que no, loco, que no te calientes, que no.
¿Vas a dar competitivo o Premier?
Eh, uf,
Por lo menos cuenta otra.
imagino que competitivo, porque realmente lo que quiero es subir el pase.
Nada por eso.
O sea, yo estoy satisfecho con...
Nada, yo también.
Yo con el rango en el que he llegado estoy más que satisfecho, la verdad.
Y yo creo que quedará esta semana, quizá la que viene de temporada ya, ¿eh?
No sé muy bien lo que haré más adelante, pero...
Te agregué, te envié solicitud.
¿Dónde?
Aquí.
Ah, 3.0. Qué tonto es, de verdad. Lo único que el mapa de... El mapa de esto de...
Uy, Galio.
¿What? Ah,
Sí,
ya
me
decía
da
yo.
una tú.
El mapa de Inferno no lo juego.
¿En competitivo?
Eso es.
Por.
Básicamente, pues porque estoy en Sheriff.
Ah,
Ayer me tocó uno de una partida que yo creo que iba cargado uno del otro equipo, pero es que había uno de mi equipo que iba, pero peor aún. ¿Sabes? O
sí,
sea, de esto de verle la cámara y decir, el pibe está aquí y le acaba de meter un tiro con la mira a 1 metro de su cabeza. Literalmente. Y la bala fue a su cabeza. No sé ni cómo, pero. O sea, partida rara.
Uy, ¿quién eres? Oh, ah, que hemos jugado yo jugando en serie ya. No, mira. Sí.
Sí, pero ¿por qué se pone la gente delante, tío?
Ya sale la sala.
Es de verdad, tío. La gente sin mascota. ¿Cómo? La de la gente. Bueno, y ya he jugado con el C este. Ah, bueno, nada, loco. No, sí, escúchame. Tengo en mi equipo que la gente se me pone por delante y hasta el bot.
Ay, que me cae en el agua. Ay, duele mucho.
Bueno, pues nada. Me estás disparando desde ahí. Nadie vale disparar. Nadie te mira. Nadie hace nada. Ahora se me pone este gilipollas delante. Está bien empleado, loco. O sea, es que vaya tela de equipo que me ha tocado. O sea, colgado. Este me sale de Insta Prefire.
¡Ey!
Sí, lo sé, pero que tengo un equipo que son retrasados. Ya está, no pasa nada. Ahora se le esté por aquí corriendo.
¡Ay, mierda! Me falló en las últimas dos balas.
Ay, sí, loco. Ahora el otro se me pone delante. Bien. En fin. Vaya equipo me ha tocado, chaval.
Un poquito, ¿eh? No hay tiempo en vuestra espalda cuchillo.
No, sí, escúchame. En fin, colega. En fin. Y el C igual ese le echamos el otro día de la partida porque hubo varios que dijeron que el pavo ese iba hasta arriba. No, vamos. Una broma de videojuego este, tío.
No, sí.
Escúchame, el pavo ese lleva mierda, lo que tú me digas, loco, pero yo no te doy un tiro y justo haces un flick y es headshot. Y ahora me estás apuntando aquí. O sea, que no, que el pavo ese va hasta arriba. Que el pavo ese va hasta arriba. Si no he salido ni a piquear y ya me está disparando. Ya te digo yo que le he metido alguna hostia que no la ha debido de gustar. No la ha debido de gustar. Al pavo ya he dicho que me se acabado. Fíjate, no le llegó ni a disparar. Y el otro me está prepareando, tócate la polla, tío. Qué barbaridad. El pibe, yo creo que lleva aim. Yo creo que lleva aimbot, no wallhack. Yo creo que lleva aimbot. Madre mía, que es malo. Yo creo que lo que lleva el pibe es aimbot, no wallhack. Es que es muy tanto. Tío, vale, me sirve. Le tengo al pavo que me está disparando full y le está dando igual. Por mucho aimbot que lleves, loco, te ríe en tu puta cara, zumbao. En fin. Yo no sé, tío, esta puta cuenta cómo no la banearon el otro día, colgado. O sea, que sigue jugando tan tranquilamente el soplapollas este de mierda. Qué puta barbaridad, colega. Quiero mirarle la cuenta al juego este. 1.32. En Train es Águila, en Inferno AK, Nancy en AK, en Anubis AK. En los demás nada. En el primer Premiere, en la primera sesión, tiene 19.999 y en esta ahora mismo tiene 24.000. Y el mejor rango,
Lo he pulsado.
nivel 10 de Faceit.
Ay, menudo cañito tuyo con la bala.
Puto Carlos, tío.
Qué asco, llama tú.
Con cover this area. Y ahora el Sej, vale. Mira, tío, el timing que estás teniendo conmigo. Pero, tío, ¿qué me está contando este soplapolla? Loco, este pavo como mierda. Gilipollas, que lo sabía, eres tonto. No, tío, y me lo quita. Me cago en su puta madre.
Vaya, tío, no te haga el bot.
Joder, pues anda, a mí que no lleva ni a nomás. No, tío, ¿cómo que? Jódete, Carlos, jódete. ¿Pero y este pavo? Aquí, joder. No, pero no me mates, que el otro tiene cuchillo. Es que eres muy tonto, colgado. Es que eres tontísimo. ¡Ay, señor!
Era más usted.
Nos acaba de ganar un tío que está tirado toda la partida corriendo. Pero así. Sin agacharse, sin pulsar el shift, nada. Solo corriendo. De verdad, colega.
Que yo miro por mi equipo.
Ya, miro por mi equipo. Y yo por tu puta madre.
A ver si tanto equipo, pues bueno, pero.
De verdad. Qué puto lamentable, de verdad.
Hay un poco de golpe.
Se ha pirado todo el mundo. A ver. Madre mía, madre mía, madre mía. Os está costando, a uno y al otro. En fin. Qué barbaridad. No, si es que va full W este pibe. O sea, va full W. Ni me voy a mover.
Encima que estoy teniéndote.
Me voy a pintar la puta cara a ese jugador.
Yo he dejado,
Puto ponte de mierda. ¿Qué se lo sabe hacer,
Pero vale.
Es que míralo, si es que... Va todo el rato corriendo. Es que va todo el rato corriendo. Es que va todo el rato corriendo. Es que me está poniendo de los putos nervios el puto mongolo de mierda este. Tú encabróname. Tú encabróname. Vaya la que me han pegado los ojos, chaval. Los dos putos bots en el mismo sitio. Bueno, espérate, que aún se mete otro más a vuestro equipo. Y aún me estoy lidiando yo con vosotros dos, que estáis metidos en mi base y tengo a los otros con el AWP cubriendo. Qué barbaridad, loco.
¡Ay! Que me falta
Que viene el otro a cubrir. Hijo de puta. ¡No te creo! Y el otro gilipollas atrás del todo pegándome tiros a mí.
Bueno, a ver, era todo
Vaya
gol,
tela, tío. No, si este juego está repleto de retrasos mentales. De verdad, colega. Otro puto mongolo pegándome tiros a mí. Atrás del todo pegándome tiros a mí.
Directos.
Vaya tela, tío.
Suerte, mancos.
Qué putada, que me agache en mitad de disparo. Toma. Aquí. Tienen que estar los dos en un ángulo ahí cerrado. Ah. No te lo creo, tío. Pero que hacéis corrancanes, ¿eh? Vaya tela, me salís tres. Ah, oye. Vaya tela, tío. Voz de los cojones.
Joder, con las machitas cuando tienen, me cago en Dios.
No, o sea, se juega a uno de vida. A uno de vida y me sale ahora disparando. Puto bot de mierda, tío. Madre mía, dos disparándome y no me mata. Espérate, la vez corrangar esto. ¿Qué coño haces ahí, loco?
Joder.
puto malo es el pibe este. Claro, si le están cubriendo, si es que eso es lo peor. Que lo están cubriendo encima. Putos malos de mierda, colega. Las balas van a tu puta cabeza, loco. Bueno, nada, el corrangar este que no muere, tío.
Te caes, tú.
Tiene uno. Ah, que te meto 4 tiros y no te mueres, vale.
Me lo quita.
No los ahí. Oh,
Ahí
tío.
está. Ahí que estoy,
Ya, pero tiene escopeta, déjalo. Tiene escopeta. Ah, no se mueve ahí.
pero ese no va a ganar, tío. Las movidas han movido. Que viene. Eso.
Adiós.
Cuidado arriba, que está subiendo.
Malo que se juega este de los cojones, tío. Arriba, en el lado nuestro, arriba. Mira, me mete doble headshot. Vamos, para ti.
Guarro. Que tenés miedo al éxito.
Ah, sí.
¿Dónde vas? ¿Dónde vas?
Que yo estoy igual que tonto que tú.
¡Ay! ¡Ah, perro! ¡Venga!
Cuidado, cuidado, que viene otro. ¿Dónde está el otro que aprovecha? En fin. Y encima le taseo y no pierde el arma.
No.
Vale. Muy bien, vuelve. Para salir. Este se pone a jugar, tío, como si fuera, no sé, como si esto fuera, no sé, una Major o ni idea, macho. Qué barbaridad, tío.
Bonito.
No, no te puedes unir.
No se va a venir. Ahí, ven afuera. ¿Y qué me prefieres?
Da igual, lo que tienes puesto está bien. Incluso si quieres meter un vértigo. Estoy como medio sopa, tío. He llegado ahora de hacer la compra, hemos comido, tío, y me ha dado el bajón y estoy como medio asobado. Otra más. A seguir sumando.
Let's roll.
¿He hecho jugado ya? Creo.
What's up, guys?
What we have been ordering.
Ay,
Hello, boys.
Let's go, B. Rush.
Okay. A flash inside.
It's time now, my brothers.
Vale, con el morado me tiene que frenar a la bici. Under, under.
Two
Under,
guys, two
under.
under, two under, two under.
Cuidado, Pedro.
Window, window.
Nothing more under.
Show knife, bro, show knife. Oh, good play, yes.
Placa, window.
Knife.
No. Vaya, mucho me ha llevado.
Joder, anda con los de under. Los que
No.
han venido por under, hostia.
Te estaban disparando a mí.
Ya, pero que hostia la que les he metido a cada uno.
We must win.
Ni
¿Qué han echado al otro?
We have got
Vaya.
yes.
Ok, GG.
Ok, vende.
GG.
Buena carisma.
Ah, pues muy bien. Bueno, gracias por las estrellas, golpe. No te enseña ni los rangos que eran ellos.
Vaya. Ah, eso sería el
Déjalo ahí.
que tiene puesto la P2P.
Hostia, yo que no sé yo la digo eso, claro. Está muy bonito la M4 esto, tío. Me mola mucho. Esta acá es feísima.
Mira. Bueno, vamos, mira.
Let's roll.
Bueno, la tiene conmigo el moro.
Está enamorado.
Casi se la digo.
Mira.
Ahí la tela.
Ahí lo tiene.
Este es troll.
Ahí lo vi.
Madre mía, pon aquí en los artículos cuchillos de default. Carambit Pro Max, Carambit Pro Max. Carambit Pro Max. Pues nada, loco. Ah, este es troll. Y encima tiene comentarios de cheto, no sé qué.
Come on, jump.
Ante- Puta porquería.
Superas.
Grenade out.
Under.
Flashbang out.
Con el people. Oh my god.
Bomb has been planted.
One back in here.
Y me están eliminando los dos, tío.
In smoke.
Stairs. No.
Defusing the bomb.
Don't time. Oye, pues me mola esto, ¿sabes? Que no tenga tiempo.
Este, yo no sé la de tiros que le he metido y no he muerto, tío. El hincholti este. Y me mira en el humo, o sea, me mira en el humo y me pega doble headshot en el humo. Qué bien, sí, señor. Ay, qué malo.
Sistema cappuccino.
Este juego, tío, no va a mejorar el
Ay, mi ojo.
Ay. No sé, tío.
A ver, el cappuccino este.
Yo creo que es un problema de ellos, la verdad. Y el cholti ese, nada más que pega headshot corriendo.
Go, go, go.
No, no.
Grenade out.
Como Maki, anda, cógela.
Throwing smoke.
Sort of over here.
Connector maybe. El otro, el cholti este mirándome aquí, tío. Ay.
Throwing a grenade.
Claro que sí,
¿Cómo te parece?
claro que sí.
¿Cómo estás?
Ah, no, sí.
Terrorists win.
Ahí está, sí.
No sé, pero... En fin. 62 en... 64 en 2.
Y 40. Qué perro. Según la piña entera. A jugar en serio.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like?
Fire in the hole.
rompo.
No, 6.
Decoys out. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
Vale, eso le apreté el anillo. Uy, va.
No problema.
No sé si vende acá.
Grenade. Flashbang.
Hay más gente en medio, creo.
Bueno,
Smoke.
tome.
¿Dónde va este? Está diciendo top mid y el pibe es que es tonto. El último tiene que estar por apps.
Grenade out.
Se ha tirado van.
O sea, con una piña entera eso.
Coño, así.
No sé si que está troleando.
No sé, pero... En fin.
Move. Throwing fire.
Guau. Se mimió.
Incendiary out.
Flashbang.
Se han colado llena, cuidado.
Disable.
Grenade.
Normal.
Alright, boom.
Last inside.
Ah, sí, nice.
On. You're right
Pero que le
on.
he liado tú a la Insulti. Jódete, su normal. Vaya piñita que te has comido, tonto. A ver para dónde
Algo
está
bien.
Jetta.
They're gonna wish they were never born.
Que lo acabo de leer a mi colega. Sigue corriendo, no me
Deploying smoke.
Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade.
Grenade out.
Throwing smoke.
Throwing flashbang.
Throwing fire. Flashbang.
pulseados. Sí, que lo sabía, vaya pues.
Throwing fire.
Nice, one more.
Deploying flashbang.
¿Dónde se ha vuelto?
Easy.
Ahí.
Grenade out.
Uy, el niño. Uy, el niño.
Ah, no, el OVP no es.
Uy, el niñito. Uy, el
Algo conecta.
niñito.
Let's go.
Esperamos que vamos presa.
Fire in the hole.
Grenade out. Laying smoke.
Por ahí, Ram.
Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Incendiary. Incendiary.
Con palas.
Grenade.
Flashbang.
Throwing smoke.
Bueno, no. Be good.
Bueno,
No entra.
On the left.
Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
El otro tío llega, entra. Con palas.
bien, hombre. Con balas.
No sé.
I take the pause.
No veo a nadie conector.
Espérate, dale, conector.
Conector.
Stay
Normal,
merge.
normal.
Puedo comprar, tengo 14.000.
That's easy.
No, venga, pues dame una M4.
There's someone stay on B.
Tú no paras de cambiar de serie.
Grenade.
Stay on B.
Throwing flashbang.
B. I'll be. Rush.
Ok. Good job.
Throwing flashbang.
Nice.
Throwing a grenade.
Hostia, el sneak biden, tú.
Es que están posando un humo, los otros entonces.
Throwing fire. Throwing fire.
I'm here. Nice.
¿Qué hace el Kike por la espalda?
¿Cómo me le lío?
Pero bueno, Kike, ¿qué hace por aquí? ¿Qué máquina? Qué barbaridad. Ay, Kike. Kike.
Ay, mi Kike, la madre de Dios.
Move it, son.
Ay, Kike 13.
Ay, se me ha ido con el ojo.
Throwing incendiary. Fire in the hole.
Laying down smoke.
Laying down a smoke.
Tanto me...
Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out.
Hay gente en rampa,
Incendiary.
A ver, ahí necesito un humo, no un mono.
Grenade out.
Ayuda. Qué susto me ha dado mi propia sombra, me cago en...
Había más gente en rampa, El Zip ha matado al otro en rampa.
Incendiary out.
Ramp. Está en rampa. Esa era muy pesado, loco.
¿Men?
Sorry.
Sorry, te parto la boca ahora mismo.
I'm only testing, so
Serás.
sorry for
Carlos está tilteado, chata.
A ver, que vale, pues era
Que sí,
mismo,
que gilipollas el niño. Encima está que sí, no sé qué. No te extrañe que el Sneak Biden sea amigo suyo.
A mí que también...
Ramp. No verá.
Flashbang.
Flashbang out.
Fire.
Menos mal.
Throwing flashbang.
Ups.
Humo.
Palas. What the fuck?
Oh, it's fine.
No, it's palas.
Yeah.
Grenade
Abre
out.
boca. Tonto.
El amarillo.
Thank you, bro.
El amarillo ya verás tú cómo le pego una mullada.
A ver cómo... Uy, porque se ha ido para abajo, si no le vuelo la cabeza a ese tío.
Slap.
Voy a mutear porque es que me está poniendo la cabeza como un niño.
Let's show them who we are.
echado uno palas y la habéis matado que me contáis.
Fire in the hole.
On Tommy. Pussy.
Three out.
Flashbang out.
Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
Jugamos palas. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo me matas a nadie? ¿Qué me estás contando? People palas. Vaya tela, tío. Menudo cubrimiento. El otro. Medio. Top mid. Uno se te ha metido. Ticket.
Ticket.
Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Laying down
Se
smoke.
sube a ticket. Si le tiras el humo, te sube el ticket. Eso te lo digo. Llega este tío, tira una piña, tío. Tira una piña que ha explotado encima mía. Voy a piquear rampa. Vamos por el culo. Vamos a ver.
Fear has no hold over us.
Grenade out.
Venga ya, tío. Me dices que me estás ahí esperando, loco. Escucha. One round.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Grenade.
Ya sabía yo que se estaba.
One palas, purple. ¿No? Pero, tío, es que no estoy entendiendo qué están haciendo, tío. Están en B, tronco, o sea, el sneak peek en este es amigo del Febas este. Un pillar short. Up, slash. Madre mía, pero qué coña. Backside.
Defusing the bomb.
Madre mía, la que me ha liado el pibe este para luego morir así. Madre mía, chaval. Madre mía, tío.
Right on.
Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy.
Let's move out.
Tiene tiempo, Va de vacaciones.
Throwing a grenade.
Grenade.
Me la mete, tío.
Flashbang.
Es very low in Tommy.
Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang.
Vale, parado. Three mid.
Conector. ¡Ay, Dios, el puto bot de mierda! Joder. ¿Eh?
La agresividad es mi pasión.
Joder, colega. El puto bot de mierda. Hago en todo, tío. ¿Cómo lo sabía?
Move it, move it.
Tu puta madre.
Bueno, Marisa está jugando de una manera.
Tu normal de mierda.
I'm throwing smoke.
Va María, solo.
Throwing a flashbang.
¿Y este? ¿Qué te pasa?
Side.
Ya, te prende ya.
Otro más. Con kitchen. De mierda, coño. Me toca los huevos, tío, jugar con gente que es que parece que no sabe ni coger un ratón, coño. Y encima maricones que es que parece que tienen miedo a pillarte por delante, o sea, nada más que buscan la puta espalda, tío, para conseguir rascar una puta que loco. Pero, ¿y me matan? ¿Pero qué cojones hace el morado? Purple, man, you are fucking stupid, man. O sea... Voy a matar al de Under Palas y el gilipollas se pone a dispararme a mí. O sea, yo alucino el subnormal este. Bueno, pues nada, loco. Los dos tiros hacia su cabeza, le meto uno en el pecho, pues el otro, ¿dónde se lo he dado? No lo sé. Pero el servidor de mierda de este puto juego se fuma las putas balas, loco. Ahí está. En vez de piquear el que tiene Scout, se pone a piquear el que tiene Glock. Ahí está. Sí, señor. Muy bien hecho. Vaya tela, tío. Es que no... Denota su inteligencia, macho. Ahí está. Y este dispara con retraso. Tiene uno que le ha puesto a la espalda. Qué malo es el asesino, puta madre.
Let's call my brother. Throwing the flashbang.
Y otra vez a media.
Sí, soy yo.
Claro, pero es que cabrón, si te está puseando uno, mata al que pusea.
Claro, pero me están pasando 4.
Solo te ha puseado el de la derecha. El otro
Sí, lo
estaba
que
en
que estaba
corta.
viniendo.
El otro estaba en corta.
Y lo que estaba viniendo me refiero.
No more talking. Now we fight. I'm throwing the flashbang. Throwing a flashbang.
Hay uno ventana. Sí, sí que está mal.
Grenade.
Con estos lobos.
Jungle en el kitchen. ¿La quieres sensitive?
Qué barbaridad, socio. Me piqué a este tío como un jodido bot. Qué locura.
Coño.
The guy's out. Flashbang. Fog. Flashbang.
¿Con esto? Window. Tienes que aprender a tirar la vida, imbécil.
Ay, pero una vez.
Tío, y me piqueas así, o sea, te estoy disparando desde under y me piqueas así. Es que puto spot de mierda, colega. One in jungle, window kitchen. Maybe city. No sé, era. Le estoy dando la info en amarillo y se está venga a correr por ahí.
Madre mía. Que no tenga aquí. No
Sí,
tiene.
tío.
Vale, menos mal. No tiene.
Encima le sale bien. A los chetos pandilla estos.
Si no han saliendo 1-1.
A mí lo que me toca los huevos, el otro me
93.
piquea, pero como un bot. O sea, como un bot. O sea, te estoy disparando de under y es que te da igual que te dispare de under. O sea, tú te coges y te abres ventana y ya está. Madre mía, colega. One shot.
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a grenade.
One conector. No corta.
One shot, yeah. Nice. Good job.
Planted.
Y sabes que estoy aquí.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Jungle. Man, jungle. Y el tip este sabe que estoy aquí, se abre de instantáneo ahí a disparar. Bueno, si tiene hasta un bug en su cuenta este. Madre mía.
Move it, move it. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. I'm throwing smoke.
Ay, puto.
Throwing fire. Grenade. Grenade out.
Una nada.
Vete pa' ver.
Nada, no creo, super luego en cocina.
No, pero ese no era el de corta, pero.
No, ahí no. En punto de A yo no cocina. La bella que antes, pero.
Y más un puto bot. Es que me cago en todo. Odio a la gente que juega todo cagada detrás de las paredes, en ángulos que son una puta mierda. O sea, simplemente ¿para qué? Para buscar una puta aquí. Qué puto asco, colega.
Flash through the flashbang. Throwing a decoy. Grenade out.
One in stairs.
Claro, tío, me estás esperando ahí arriba. Por...
One city.
One jungle, ningún window.
The flashbang.
La de la gol.
Corre,
Casi te ya.
Stairs. Go.
Terrorists win. You are stupid to think you will win. We have destroyed them.
Claro, no sabe ni dónde esconderse ni joder, un puto. ¿Sabes que estás rodeado? Claro. Esa situación no te gusta. Puto desgraciado. En fin. Y este era sheriff. Qué barbaridad, tío. Qué barbaridad, chaval. Y este era sheriff. Y este plata. Qué locura, tío. Dos más. Se me acaban de dar... Ah, gracias, yo.
Let's roll.
¡Ay, el 9!
Hoy no tengo un día aún.
Eso, ¿te gusta el perro?
¡Morid, sucias! ¡Que tengo que desbloquear el primer coño!
Ahí anda.
Ay, Ferni, la que te estás dando.
¿Qué? ¿Qué hacemos?
Ya está, coño.
Rollo.
Ay, que me mata.
Sí, todo es una esquina.
¡No! ¡Ay, que tengo que llegar al nivel 10 con los de Pegor Kings!
What? Una tarda.
Vamos a su Jota, te voy a dar la tuya. Vamos a su, te voy a dar la tuya.
Vamos, vamos.
Es lo tuyo, te voy a dar lo tuyo. Es lo tuyo, niño.
Enllégate.
Ah, te voy a dar lo tuyo, primo, te voy a dar lo tuyo.
¿Cómo estuvo?
Te voy a dar mondá.
Cojones, se había metido el otro por ahí.
Pinga,
What the
claro.
fuck?
Te voy a dar lo tuyo, primo, te voy a dar lo tuyo. ¿Dónde está el atado, primo?
El medio.
Espérate, que estaba ese tonto que se me ha cruzado. ¿Dónde estás, primo? ¿Dónde estás, primo? Te tasabo, primo, ¿dónde estás?
Uy.
A mí también, la verdad. ¡Ah! ¿Dónde estás, primune? ¿Dónde estás? Ahí está, primo.
Me pongo un cachote con los martillos. Chino.
Ah, Palestina, yo soy tu Israel. ¡Muere, perro!
Ayuda para el valle.
Oye, pero escúchame, si le he metido concentración.
Eso con la Alemania del año 30 no pasaba. ¿Dónde vais, tata? ¡Cookie! ¿Qué haces ahí? ¿Qué haces ahí arriba, Jota?
De abajo, ¿no?
Están todos en el lado derecho, loco.
¿Y ese?
Vaya tela. Vaya rata Tesla,
¿Qué
venga.
haces ahí? ¡Sal de esa sal! ¡Sal! Pero qué ratillas hay aquí, ¿eh? Toma Palestina, tú muerto me cago Palestina.
Pero ¿por qué se me pone este tío delante?
Dale ahí, amigo.
Toma Palestina, te estoy haciendo un hijo yo. ¡Ah! Si es que mi equipo no me acompaña, tío.
Tío, soy una mierda.
Si está en base, tío.
Viene otro, viene otro, viene otro. Quédate ahí.
Se cae el Eddie, tú. La rata de los cojones.
¡Ay, Jota! Palestina, hijo, de verdad, retírate de esto. Ojo puto.
Joder. Joder, tú.
Oye, equipo, lo de que esté medio antiterrorista aquí en nuestra base no... Bien, ¿no? ¡Ah! Pero sus camelos,
Le había pegado los pelos.
No se muere, loco.
Está fuerte. Madre mía, Carlos. Es lamentable, loco, que haces ahí.
¡A tiro! ¡Ay! No van de nada, me hace tiro.
Vaya.
No, y le ¿cómo le meto 21? ¿Cómo haría? Joder.
¿Qué? ¡Ah! Oye, eso pasa, bro. Dale, 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 mátalo, mátalo.
Pues ahí. No, te has tocado.
Pero ¿cómo cayó en un cuchillo ya?
Gana, pues.
Toma, no, chaval, ¿qué te piensas?
Correr, han plantado en B.
Voy.
Tú no te puedes hacer.
Behind.
Alonso is more faster than you.
Behind.
Palestina, ¿qué rata eres?
No. ¿Y qué hace el Díaz esperándome ahí, la rata ponzoñosa?
Palestina,
Tú?
perro.
Madre mía, necesitas algo, a ver. Vaya tela el Díaz este, ¿por qué me está esperando ahí arriba? ¿Por qué me está esperando el Díaz ese ahí? Madre mía, loco. Ay, Díaz. No quiero babas. ¿Hay partido hoy?
Obvio, son las semifinales.
A ver quién juega. ¿Juega Mouse contra quién?
Vitality and now Mouse at the same
Contra
time.
Vitality.
You're a major reason why this team's been doing well here. How much is your experience helping with all of that?
A bit. I don't think it's like full my experience why we are performing good. It's also the boys. They've been here before. They've been in the major playoffs. I will try to step in a bit more maybe today or hopefully tomorrow as well for the experience part. But beside it, not that much.
Vitality again.
Entiendo yo
tired of facing
que
them?
mañana será la final. Si no, mañana
I'm
pasado.
tired
No,
of
el
losing
domingo.
to them. Not of
Vale.
facing
El domingo
them,
es
I'm
la
losing to
final.
them.
Mañana.
What are the differences that needs to happen here then in order for you not to lose to them today? Because this has been tough games, man.
Yeah, it's also really annoying because I feel every game is the same. It's the small details. Either sometimes we are 5v2 and we lose too many weapons, or we lose 3v1, or whatever it is. We need to be on point today on all the departments of the game. And then we
Este es un jugador que salió de Vitality, macho, y pillaron a Rox por este. Y este chaval juega de puta madre. Este chaval juega muy bien.
That he's had a bad habit of maybe not always showing up in the biggest games. And that's been a thing for us in Vitality as well. And now he's going to go up against Vitality. And he had a great tournament coming into this matchup. So, and they're going to need Spinks. And I don't think it's necessarily because he gets nervous, but it's just like he doesn't find that groove inside the game that he does in all the other games where maybe there's a little bit of too many stakes on this.
Do you think it's a Spinks thing, or do you think it was his role in a Vitality thing?
No, I think it's actually a thing that it's a Spinks thing.
I think it's his style. I think it's his individual style.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Spinks is the guy that you have a man advantage or even just even state as a CT team, and he's the guy that's just going to push by himself. And I feel like in big pressure moments, it's so much on your shoulders to say, I'm going to forego the fundamentals of this round, and I'm going to look for something more to try to further our advantage or lead. And I feel like he gets caught. He gets caught sometimes. Then he gets in his own head about like, should I have done that? Should I have pushed? Should I have stayed?
Like playing for a kill versus playing for the objective, and the objective is always to win the round.
But he's going to prove us wrong, right? You know, this is his chance. You know, I'm not saying that he's always disappearing. That's not what I'm trying to say. He's obviously a really great player, but it's more about that he needs to make it really look really good in this head of this game. Otherwise, it's going to be looking bad for mouse balls.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into this side of the equation,
Bueno, 27 minutos para que empiece, así que esto lo vamos a dejar aquí así. Lo minimizamos. Yo creo que vamos a echar una más y luego nos vamos a ver el partido. Vamos a evitar esto.
Bueno, voy a cambiar.
Let's roll.
Fear has no hold over us.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Microphone, yes?
Let's have at it, mates.
Laying down a smoke.
Grenade out.
Hey.
Throwing grenade.
Be flashing heaven.
Flashbang.
Has been planted. Flashbang.
Grenade.
Low, low. Good job, man.
Nice.
Defeat, defeat. Tell me, are you okay? No? Okay, no problem.
Very nice.
Está bien. No escuchas eso.
Easy, man.
Bueno, yo ahí. Ya salgo a la 1:30 de trabajar, no sé si te lo ponen.
No sé, igual te veo un ratillo por la noche, pero...
Come on, jump,
Creo que sí, si sales a la 1:30 que llego a eso de las 2.
Ok, pues venga.
Venga, claro.
Throwing smoke.
Video.
Grenade out.
Conector coming.
Throwing smoke.
Grenade out.
Throwing fire.
Two water.
One low, close. Not pushing, not pushing.
Throwing flashbang.
Flashbang.
Cámara. He's low.
Half.
Good job, man. ¿Cómo le he hecho? Que voy para adelante, que no que voy para atrás, que no que voy para atrás, que no que voy para adelante. Nah. Ah, bien. Coño.
Go.
Wait.
It's B.
Throwing a grenade. Bomb has been planted.
Two connector.
One low.
Terrorists win.
Joder, 64 en 4, tío. ¿Qué hacen en B? La primera ronda que no voy a ver y la perdemos.
Remember, this is
Contra 4 en 4.
shoot everything that moves.
Just with me.
Deploying smoke.
Throwing
Bruh.
smoke. Put up a smoke.
Fire in the hole. Throwing flashbang.
Clear lines.
One more mid.
Yeah, stay over there.
Going mid. One double doors. I go away, mate. I heaven.
Throwing fire.
Nice. One A.
One A.
Flashbang.
Joder, voy a flar, me he tirado.
Heaven and plant.
One stairs.
Terrorists
¿Cómo
win.
no lo he matado, tío? ¿Cómo no le he matado, tío? Pero esta peña, tío, con uno de ping en Polonia. O sea, estos son full polacos de mierda.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life. Laying down smoke.
Flashbang out. Grenade out.
Connector. That's B.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Corriendo como un bot, tío, por ahí. El puto naranja. ¿En serio vas corriendo por ahí? Hago en tu puta madre. Madre mía, si tienen 10.000 y 12.000 horas, chicos, las putas. Esta gente tiene vida, tío.
It's time.
Smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Grenade.
Throwing smoke.
On water.
Affirmative.
Yes. You really did a number on that one.
That's a negative.
Roger.
One main ahí. Me limpia ahí el otro. Me limpia ahí el otro. Luego miraré a ver quién es el que me ha quitado vida.
Bomb has been planted.
Vale, creo que este lleva one. Si no, ¿de qué se abre así de esa manera?
Terrorists win.
Y aún este le busca.
Let's go, fellas.
El Razor ese muy listo me da a mí. Tío, me mata corriendo el pavo este. Me mata corriendo. Qué mal me huele esta gente. O sea, las primeras dos rondas van 5, ¿no? Efectivamente. Van 5. Purple... Bueno, nace.
You're right on. You're right on. Let's go. Laying down smoke.
Grenade.
One stars.
You're a champion.
One push in mid.
Throwing flashbang.
No. Ven.
Throwing fire.
Cago en tu puta madre.
Smoke out.
Deploying flashbang.
Este pavo cheto. Otro tío cheto. Mid, mid.
Throwing flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
Este pavo me huele muy mal, colgado. Pero se compra este.
All right, all right, all right. Push, push, push.
Qué barbarite. Y el otro me ha tirado una nadie.
Throwing smoke.
Fire in the hole.
Smoke out.
Flashbang.
Grenade out.
smoke. Deploying flashbang.
Mid. Oh, qué mierda. Joder, te vayas. Encima el pibe me ha piqueado justo donde estaba, o sea, instantáneo.
We need to hurry. Flashbang out.
One low mid, left side.
Grenade out.
10 HP.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
81, entre sí no se muere. 81, sí señor.
Gear up.
¿Dónde va esto? Una P90, tío, vamos, me faltaba.
Throwing fire.
Grenade.
Laying down smoke. Throwing grenade.
Laying down a smoke.
Grenade out.
Flashbang.
Incendiary.
Stay with you.
Incendiary.
Upstairs.
Bomb has been planted.
Throwing flashbang.
Terrorists win. They're gonna wish they were never born. Negative.
¿Dónde vas a pillar?
Deploying smoke.
¿Qué les pongo?
Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
Flashbang out. Throwing fire.
Este es muy listo. Claro. Claro. Este es muy listo, me da a mí. Este es muy listo, el Kierus. Y estos tres son amigos. Estos seguro que son amigos. Qué casualidad, que miro ahí, no hago ruido. Y cuando voy a ir a por él, el otro me mata por la espalda. Claro que sí. Pues nada. Ya son timings demasiado perfectos. Y mira que he mirado a medio, ¿eh?
I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing smoke.
One temple, one box side. Son estos tres, ya verás. Vaya tela, colega. Ay, sí. A ver. El naranja no ha parado de pusear. Ya verás, por la mano. Le mete headshot, me mete headshot de puta madre, loco. ¿Por qué coge mi glock? Termina esto porque vaya tirita. Mete todos los tiros a mí, se los ha metido al otro instantáneo. One guy camera. One pushing water.
Camera. Two camera. A clear.
One pushing water, boys. He's close, main. ¿Cómo lo sabía, tío? Qué listos son esta gente, colega. Que no me cuadra nada. O sea, te están puseando y tú estás ahí esperando.
Starting the fire. Grenade out. Flashbang out.
One temple.
Throwing a flashbang.
Claro que sí, rey. Claro que sí, máquina. Es que son insta-headshots, o sea, incluso el tío le pega un tirito al otro y el tío está instantáneo, es el giro, macho. En fin. Con el equipo de Pro Player hemos tocado. Y el aula este que no paraba de pulsar el tronco. De lo que muere, el Lil ¿qué? What? Púsenme. Another one. Este huele más a caca, loco. Ha controlado el recoil perfectamente, ¿eh? O sea, las dos veces que ha disparado... Y estos no son polacos. Si tienen todo comentarios de... Tienen todo comentarios de... Han muerto dos. Y otro que ha matado a través del humo. Vienes a buscarme, claro que sí. Claro que sí, máquina. En fin. Ven a medio a buscármelo. Qué barbaridad, tío. Vaya puta mierda.
That was drastic. I feel like Vitality, they definitely are the favorites in this one, but Mouse, they have more than a puncher's chance to take Mirage.
Well, the team of 2025 with their eyes set on the ultimate prize, but Mouse, they are hungrier than ever. Let's get this semi-final underway.
Let's do exactly that, Freya. World number 1 taking on world number 2 in this semi-final in Austin. I think these guys are ready. We know the teams are ready. Vitality, are they ready? 6 trophies in a row coming into this major. They will accept nothing less than the world's best, and Mouse have been headhunting them all year long. It's time to see if these challengers can take down the final boss.
Yeah, we got the top 2 teams in the world going blow for blow. On any other day, we'd call this a grand final. This is a long-running rivalry. A perfect season on the line, and for Vitality, glory right there for the taking. Austin, this is the match you came to see!
Mouse have to start strong. There's no ifs, ands, or buts with Inferno up next. Mirage is a must. Pistol on the T side. Rops up close ramp. Some say the greatest addition to a roster. Rops with the dualies. We saw him ace in the group stage with these exact weapons. Mouse come in.
Oh, but he's dead straight away. And Vitality have to start scrambling bodies over. It was just Rops and Mezzi here. So Mao's looking for that early purchase on Mirage. Exertion and taking space away. And Zywoo won't last long either. Only Flames left in this, and he's taken one of the dome at the first time he's played his hand. Mao's come in swinging to open up Mirage, open up their pick in this semi-final.
Torshi getting hyped in the pistol is a good spirit level for Mouse. He's been fairly quiet actually in the major so far, but he stepped up on the stage against Team Spirit on this very map, dropping a nuke. and sending Mouse through in a 2-1 game. Vitality, they've got the ego to force. No doubt about it. A little bit of everything sprinkled in. And Mouse look to make it happen in the middle.
Apex has already dropped down into lower though. Now ZywOo to tee him up with this flash.
Oh, he's
didn't quite get the spot though, and Apex ends up in hot water. Pincered between top mid and this lower push. Vitality lose the mid control. This whole area goes dark.
We know whose side you're on, but ZywOo doesn't care. Scout shot up short. Will Mouse change their plan? They do, they bail. They don't like what they see, and they avoid the stack entirely. Spinks has that rotation cut off, and Vitality, if they want to risk everything in this round, they have to go through spawn. Rops, this is a death sentence. Jimmy's even got the flank. He gets the info, but he goes down. Does that open up the round?
This force buy for Vitality suddenly is a reason to go for the retake. Robs, though, has to try and finagle a path in through the murder hole. The flashes are good. They learn about Spinks here now as well. He's trying to put distance between himself and Vitality.
Time's all they got.
Trying to buy as much as he can. Brolin set up over towards ramp. Meant to be the guy to clutch this out if needed. The captain of Mao's out with that swing. Softens Vitality up. And a sigh of relief for Mao's as their captain proves to be a safe pair of hands. A lot of ways that could have gone weird, but Brolin doesn't let it happen.
Two very capable captains in the server today. Two very strong individuals leading their teams. For Brolin, it was just as a solution to the issue of removing Shui for Apex. It was about rewriting his story. Big round for Brolin to keep this going for Mouse. They're going to get a freebie here as Vitality have to take a breather. ZywOo's got an AK though, and you never doubt this guy.
He's taken that gun over towards B though, so ZywOo won't be in the picture if these pistols get brushed aside straight away. Mouse do set their sights on this A-bomb site, and so just the 5.7s to break through. ZywOo beginning that rotate over now. It's the AK that's the intrigue in this round. Pistols dealt with cleanly.
Get out of there.
And ZywOo's already running away.
A semi-final does feel like a perfect storm for an upset, doesn't it? Oof. But at the same time, this is at least the map we've seen Mouse take over Vitality. They are 15-3 this year in maps taken, 6-0 in series. Mirage twice taken by Mouse, that's it. So if they were ever going to steal this game away today, it has to come off the back of winning this first map. That Vitality Inferno, even though they were felt in Legacy, it does feel almost impenetrable. Mouse know they need a strong T side. Mouse know they need Mirage. And right now it's a pretty damn good start. Austin, what do you think about Apex? Well, Vitality have been the villains all the way through the year. It hasn't stopped them. It's up to Mouse. Buy round now. Oh dear.
That's awkward. There's smoke out in the spawn from Mao's. So even though they get top mid in, they'll have the cross out to the boxes. With no smoke down in the window, that gives ZywOo open sight lines. That's not the guy you want. Be able to pick and choose his battles out here in mid.
He won't go for them. I mean, he doesn't see them as smoke. He doesn't know. He thinks Mao's want that fight. Instead, it's the B apartments where Mao's congregate. 4 out of 5 moving in, smoked off by Mezzi. He was an absolute monster yesterday. kept Vitality in it up against Na'Vi, up against the wall. He's got to do it again on his own.
Yeah, Rops is a ways away from being able to help out. And so Mezzi will have the full weight of this round on his shoulders. 3 players ready to come his way.
Great position.
With this Fabian sold out in mid, that's going to keep Rops there even longer. Mezzi is operating entirely alone. Rops only just peeling over now.
Ooh.
Still has to be Mezzi. And he's unwavering, unfaltering. Not going into the AWP. Eventually, Torshi gets that freebie. But Mezzi bought more than enough time for these bodies to rotate over. Torshi's got waves to break through. And he's just missed that timing on the close sight player. Torshi is a dead man. Apex outmaneuvers him.
Perfect play for Apex, gets cheeky behind the site, and that spacing from Mouse is anything but perfect as they come out of the B apartment, able to isolate 2 kills from the solo anchor. Mezzi holds strong, and Vitality get on the board. We know ZywOo doesn't always buy orbs, he likes to pick them up off corpses, so Vitality get that one for free. And on CT side Mirage is where ZywOo can get away with absolute murder. This time Mouse won't miss that window smoke. And it's slow and it's steady. As Mouse know, both teams' money's on the line.
Apex just roaming around the window. Berlin's been having a patrol lower, watching for these drops at the start of the rounds from Vitality. They get this control. Molotov lobbed in from Apex, just denying the lower walkout, and that's going to lend Flames the timing to go and fight mid. Oh, Mao's attempt to respond by battling through that Molotov in lower. And that's a decision they'll come to regret, but this comes from a place of desperation. That bomb out in no man's land.
What a crunch for Vitality. They just block those players down under, and Flames is able to isolate every kill he wants. Bit by bit, Mao's torn out of this round. 2v5, the Deagle doesn't connect. Exertion getting hounded down, and Flames looks for the ace.
Vitality. I think they're sending him to go get it.
Yeah. Get him activated. This is a guy you want on a map like Mirage. He was very quiet in that quarterfinal, but this is a different day. This is a different Flames. Lights up Mouse and takes the ace.
That was just very well orchestrated from Vitality, right? Even the fact that that was like a play around kind of the second or third Molotov down into lower. Yeah. You've gotten so used to seeing them come in, it felt like it was just to block the walkout. And so when Flames takes that top mid fight, no one's ready for it.
Vitality were unconcerned with an aggressive look. They knew that was full mid. Lands flat on its face. Pistols now for Mouse.
One round for Maus. And a chance to talk things over. Brolin's not moving a muscle. Maus came into this feeling good, right? They won the pistol, stuck the landing on the conversions. Nothing went wrong there, but you don't want to feel like you've immediately given Vitality a way back in. It's about to be a tie game. And coming into this map, you were saying, you know, this is the one that Maus have to pick up. If they want to win this semi-final, they've got to find some success on Mirage. This is the most consistent map they've had in these head-to-heads versus Vitality throughout this year.
And I think one good thing, even though Mouse don't want to go down early, is we know this team has resilience. It's something we attributed to FaZe for the longest time. Any game's winnable from any score. Mouse have proven that, man. They've had an incredible run at the major. They went 0-2 in stage 3, came all the way back through BO3s, 9-3 down in the third map to make it to the playoffs. They still won it. And that's before we talk about the Spirit quarterfinal, where Mouse again had to pull that series back after a bludgeoning on Mirage. We know Mouse have that staying power. They won't give up without a fight. But right now, Vitality have woken up and evened out this score. It's Mouse with a timeout ahead of the next buy round. Cyclone, one of the calmest coaches we see when we hear those listen-ins for Mouse, never stressed, even late in the day, late in the game. New meta.
The Mouse have had a lot of time to think about how they wanted to approach this rifle round, right? They spent that eco talking about it. They had a timeout after the fact. It's all been building up to this breakthrough round.
Decisive. Didn't like that mid-control. Back to something more standard. Only Flames committed inside of the site.
He's going to find himself alone ahead of the util. Flames just steals himself away for a later fight. He's had one ace in this game already.
Oh, no.
Might need to be another big multi-kill from Flames. Nothing comes through. Only a one and done for Apex. It's a set piece into this A site. That's the conclusion that Mao's arrived at after all these timeouts. They break on through. They play tight. Now Vitality lagging behind. A man down in this retake. And they have Exertion trapped in, but he's just not offering anything up here. It's going to take Mezzi swinging out. That should have been the kill. Instead, it's Rops and ZywOo. Don't count out these two. This is the duo that makes Vitality such a threat. This is the duo that makes any round feel winnable, but cut down and stopped in their tracks. Spinks and Torshi go on and match them.
And that is the perfect head-to-head. Those are the closers that we see on Mouse. Spinks never slowing down in those post plants. The sheer amount of 2v5s that Mouse lost, but also won off the back of this guy on Tetris against Spirit was unstoppable. A very close try for Vitality, but they get goaded into losing their guns. And so Mouse win it off of that A execute.
I mean, at a time where it feels like, you know, all these top squads have a sort of power duo at their core. Very, very good. It's Spinks and Torshi able to match up against the likes of ZywOo and Rops in their first little 2v4 attempt. And there's going to be a couple more of them before this semi-final is all said and done. Shutting down the first one, and that's while their hands were hot midway through the 2v4.
Mouse need to keep it dynamic.
They'll come in with a real tempo here. Torshi fast through the apartments, counting down an opener on the AWP, but it's ZywOo getting aggressive first. He gets the AWP opener in this round. Torshi even takes some nades for his troubles as well, softening him up on the extremities. Mouse have control over middle. But even that feels tenuous on this smoke fade. Exertion's gonna find a way back in.
It's a traumatizing entry, and it opens up the round entirely. The question is, where are those Vitality players in the A site? Rops has taken space. He can play late. Flames is committed. And Now's bring the bomb right back to join up with Xertion. The clock is not a problem, but the quieter it is, the more Vitality wander, the more information Mezzi searches for, trusting in ZywOo at the B site. Flames gets that info. Bomb spotted, gets out of dodge.
Backing out. Flames has the info now.
Smoke.
Learns about the player up the Rukon. Gets the spot on these guys. Ramp side, and Flames still doing it all alone. He's got teammates nearby, but he doesn't even need the help. Flames, one-man army, 11-4. And Vitality, they don't need the full team to stop that A creep. They don't need the A split. to get denied at full force. It's just Flames. And now even the creep on round, this AWP is dropped. Save denied.
Bit of a disastrous miss smoke there for Mouse. I don't even know if that was meant to be top con or jungle. It was neither. Xertion tries to walk through it, can't find a window kill, goes back through the smoke, and that starts the roll for Flames, finding another multi-kill, this time on the A-bomb site. And these trades for Mouse are just not coming through when it comes to Mata. Like a bug on the windshield, Mouse wiped apart on this A site.
Harmbell's starting to go off for Mouse because now their money's at breaking point. They've put together a force in this round. They put Exertion onto the hero gun. Full belt util for Brolin, but this is them, you know, swinging for the fences.
Yeah, they got to be scared about going through under, right? Look at what has happened the last two times they did. We had the block with Flames getting flashed into middle on the ace round, and we had ZywOo force the kill with the AWP. Mouse try and draw the attention with a set piece to buy time for Exertion.
I mean, you can tell the familiarity and just how much this rivalry's crept up throughout the year with how these squads are playing. It's a slow game, there's a lot of respect. Everyone familiar with how their opponent likes to move and play. Yeah. More missed util for Mouse, though. That's now their third missed piece of util on this T side. And every time it's feeling consequential. Apex destroys this A push. And it's only Spinks left standing. 1v5, he'll get iced out. Vitality take the lead.
Oh, they are looking in final form, aren't they? Call them the final boss coming into this game, especially for Mouse, who just have not been able to walk over Vitality in this year. 6-0 in series across BO3s and BO5s. Mouse have only found a handful of maps. Right now we're seeing why.
I mean, that's in spite of that like little ray of hope that kind of came through in Lisbon, right? Where in the BO5 they get 30-node map 1, but then they turn it around. They pick up some map wins. They end up losing the series still 3-2, but they were the guys in the winning position there. And that's after an embarrassing start. That felt like it was going to be a bit of a breakthrough moment, but that's not what's happening right now for Mouse. Chance at their dream, it's ended up being a nightmare. Vitality picked them apart on this B play, and it's another clean round from Vitality.
Yeah, 4 kills for Robs. You're not shy of individuals putting on multi-kills in this game for Team Vitality. May only be an anti-eco, but they stop it from getting out of control. Mouse don't even make it out the apartments. Clinical game right now for Vitality. Everyone having their moment. Mouse need to solve this puzzle. This is not a breakthrough, this is a breakdown. In the buy rounds, they've got one more coming in this half. Good amount of work countering ZywOo. He keeps walking into Molotovs, keeps getting pushed off angles, but it's not even the AWP that Mouse need to worry about right now. It's its rifling pack, the opener and the closer of Flames and Robs. ZywOo back on the angle.
This is interesting because we haven't had a lot of these mid-skirmishes yet. Largely it's been Flames just fighting for this control alone. ZywOo never got to be involved. Robs has held on to this A play, denied that lurk out through the ramp. It's going to put more onus on these players out in mid making a move, and that's going to draw them into this crossfire. Flames and Mezzi between connector and short rip this round from Mouse's hands.
Middle is closed.
Back around the world for Jimmy. Started his round off over in Palace. Having to come back in a mid now. 1 versus 3. And no safe place to hide for Jimmy.
3 more kills for Flames in case he hasn't had enough in this map already. This is just the first half.
And this is the thing that feels so unfair about playing this Vitality squad is, you know, even if you grind, even if you go and get that opening, you know, you have someone like an Exertion, run out, take a bunch of space, find a 5v4. It doesn't necessarily matter versus this Vitality squad. There's so much multi-kill potential.
Yeah.
In these last few rounds, it's just been different individuals stepping up and having their time in the limelight.
Mouse haven't been able to create any chaos, right? Vitality have been able to slow these rounds down really well. The util's been solid. And the trades certainly have not for Mouse. So even when they've had these entries, these 5v4s, these 4v4s, a bit more space to play with, Vitality still hunker down. Looking like a very strong half of Vitality if they can finish what they started. Mouse only converted the pistol and took one gun round. This is their last chance at the T side.
Yeah, one rifle round on their map pick in this semi. Doesn't feel like enough for Mouse. Let's see if they can break through in round 12, the final on the half. They take the pace out of it. Very slow in towards top mid. This time Flames traded places with Robs, responsible for connector. Flames takes up this ramp control. So he's gonna find himself in the right place at the right time. When you're 15 and 5, that's often the case. They just can't find a way of dodging Flames. Up through the connector now. You at least know that man who's been destroying you in con isn't here, right? Instead, it's Robs taking up this position. And he's got teammates nearby ready to activate. Vitality will fight and die on this mid control. And they win everything. Messi with the flick back down. This is looking to be a one gun round half from Mouse. All their success coming off the pistols unless Jimmy at 19 HP can clutch up. And the shot gives him a second chance, but he's fast running out of time. Things are not looking good for Jimpat, and there's the nade that seals the deal. Vitality and the runaway success story on this first half. 8-4, they blow out Mouse on this CT side.
This was meant to be a rivalry between Vitality and Mouse, but Vitality have different ideas. A swift beating in the first half of Mirage, the one map that Mouse have been able to challenge Vitality on this year. Otherwise, it's been dominant. It's been empty for Mouse, and this matchup may as well be. If they don't start soon, this series looks to be over. Vitality looking for a legacy, not even acknowledging their opponent. This is just another brick in the way of that major trophy.
A ver qué hacen Vitality en el mapa de
To shunt it out
Mirage.
of the way. A execute in this pistol round. Exertion, the only one here.
And look at winning the pistol. That's going to put Vitality so close to the win. They can almost feel it, and so it's so important that Mouse are able to hold on, but things have not started off well. Torshi tapped out first, bomb getting planted. Mouse on the back foot in this retake already. Exertion sees ahead there, but didn't attempt it. Doesn't want to get caught falling first over the stairs. He's waiting for his teammates to get set up back in CT.
Reflash ready for that CT spawn.
Exertion's crept up, crept in, and now his team try and hit the go button. One on the board for Exertion, but here's the backstab. Flames has players with their backs turned, and it's too easy for Vitality.
La que les acaban de liar, niño.
I mean, that's so entrenched, a man up, desperate times, calling for desperate measures out of this Mouse team. It's smoke pushes, and it lets them down.
Yeah, it's a brutal plan for Vitality. Usually you'd see a player pop through that smoke into CT with a flashbang. They break the smoke with a nade before they even flash. Mouse get exposed in the open to all of Vitality. Exposed on the stage. A Mouse team who leveled up this year, who showed they could with the addition of Spinks, picking up their first trophy in the first event with this roster change. Studio Merchants no more. But stage or not, Vitality are that final boss.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks to kind of the difference in where, you know, the gap between world number 1 and world number 2 is right now. Vitality leaps and bounds ahead of the competition. It feels like their ambitions at this major is kind of nothing shy of winning the trophy. That is the expectation. Meanwhile, for Mouse, it's all about breaking through this damn rivalry. A rivalry I don't even think Vitality are that concerned about.
They don't even know him, little bro.
They're storming the board. And this force buy getting convincingly put to rest. 2 kills to the good already for Vitality as they move back into this A play. They're going to dodge the stack. They're on to double digits.
Double ramp entry just fed to Rops. Vitality look to walk it over the line, akin to Mouse on their conversions, clean and easy, or maybe not. Will that draw them back? Vitality just pick up pace. Seeing Exertion over on the B-bomb site, they're going for this round. And I don't think Mouse can do anything about this. Gun picked up, Exertion tries to play, but bomb planted for spawn and no kit. This one is done.
So at least going to leave him with something to try and do damage in this next round. But yeah, the window is fast closing for Mouse if they want to recover their Mirage. The one map that's been good to them in this rivalry. Falling apart at the worst possible time. Right as Vitality power up, it's not even had to really be, you know, the Zywoo show in any capacity right now. It's Flames and Rops doing so much heavy lifting. Not a quiet man in sight for Vitality.
And this is it, Mouse. A Mouse who look to avenge themselves in this year. It is now or never on Mirage. We said a must-win if they're to take this series. And this rifle round coming up next is everything.
I mean, look, if there ever was a time for Exertion to bail them out with a huge hero play, it's now. He's armed with the hero Galil. Stole it out of that last round.
Vitality are not giving them a thing. Another block, successful on that smoke. Or was it? Just about.
It's a palace pop out of Vitality. Stairs angle open, but Exertion More concerned about ramp.
Looks like a fake right now. Al's getting nervous. Vitality popping out Palace.
Missed shot from the Brolin Deeg will connect. Third time's the charm. This boost up for exertion is good. Couple of gimmicks. Put Mouse in pole position.
Forget the bomb, you need the kills.
Trying to break through. Apex caught on a swing. Mouse. Nothing to work with in that round.
And
but Brolin's Deagle opens. And some teamwork to take them even further. The quick boost assembled. That's an important breakthrough round for Mouse.
Yeah, why wait for the rifles? But ultimately, it only matters about what you do with it. Mouse have to start streaking. They have to start succeeding quickly. And they at least have that little bit of wiggle room here in this game, but Vitality will not relent with the buy. Back to the same play.
They've given themselves staying power. They've given themselves a lifeline that they didn't have just rounds ago.
Mouse no to worry about this ramp. Double nade coming in. 2 eyes set on this position. They know what Vitality like. It's these fast flashes for Apex that sets flames up for entries. It's how they defeated Na'Vi yesterday. Popping out of Palace. Apex catches Brolin off guard. And maybe there's still hope here for Mouse, but Apex has other ideas.
On the spillover, but they still don't know about exertion. Concealed himself in the smoke at ramp. He waits, he bides his time. Oh, they're gonna clear him. Hell of a check out of Apex, who has been just a one-man band of this round, done everything, got the openings, and then he's got Messi and Zaiwu there to close.
Quick as you
Madre mía, vaya ronda de
Try and
Apex.
jump through off that plant, try and join the chaos. Vitality faked them out perfectly. There was a moment, there was a chance, a 4v3 for Mouse, but Apex steps up as the captain, puts him down, and that's another multi-kill round. I mean, 4 out of the 5 players on Vitality have 3+ multi-kill rounds. Zaiwu is not one of them. Doesn't that fill you with hope? For the firepower of this squad, for the form of Vitality right now. It's important to remember, even though we keep saying when, for Mouse to win this matchup, it has still never happened. Today may not be your day.
No, the thing that's scary is, you know, as Vitality are approaching this date with Destiny, the final off in the distance, their wins are looking to get stronger and stronger. This semi off to a more dominant start. In their quarterfinal yesterday. It's a Vitality leveling up. This is the extra buy round that Mouse are able to afford thanks to that win off of the pistols. This was the lifeline they gave themselves. It's not much.
So many comparisons to draw between this Vitality and the one of 2023, where they leveled up and they planned their year perfectly to peak for the major. They ran through that major. Sure, the competition wasn't as tough, but you can't say the same this time around. Close game v Na'Vi. Number 2 in the world of Mouse. But Vitality with 6 trophies in a row, storming for a 7th. This could be over before it begins. A B-pop attempted, they've lost the lurk.
It's a good pickup from Exertion, but now it's about uncovering the truth behind this round, and it feels like Mouse are one step ahead. They've brought 3 players over towards this B site. Spinks tucked in, Exertion floating around nearby, a remolly in the apartments. Vitality are gonna come through.
Feels obvious.
Final second play into B. Mouse have the read. Torshi even moving over now as well. They are all here. And Exertion refuses to let Vitality in. 3 kills deep on the round. He's still got more to offer.
Off angle.
There's the support from Spinks. And finally, something to smile about for Mouse. That is a corker of a round from Exertion.
But doesn't make you feel good to realize that's only the 2nd rifle round that Mouse have won in this game. If you take out that force buy. Nice shots for Exertion.
I think a round like that does a lot to make you feel a bit better, though. You had the read, you outplayed, you outmaneuvered the IGL to open up the round down in mid. It was finally one of your star players with a multi-kill.
Roland pulling one of ZywOo's moves to block this window smoke so he can climb up ahead of it. Can just see into middle. It's a position that may not be expected.
Apex is walking on him, though, down through lower. Brolin gonna make out like a bandit, just takes his one and leaves. It's Exertion hanging around here. Could fall prey to these players in lower. He's aware of that, though. It's already backed up now.
Winning that gun round at such an important time has allowed this game to potentially close up. Vitality, Deagle force buy into an eco. Suddenly, we'll be looking at a much closer affair. Mouse need to capitalize on the chance. They can't let this one slip. They can't even let it get expensive.
Look like they want to join up with Rops over on Cat. Gonna go back and grab this bomb. Means they're walking right into Spinks. Fitting that Rops meets his replacement head on in that cat fight and takes it off with the scout.
Oh, I'm scared.
This can't be where it falls down for Mouse. Trying to pick up the pieces on this round, trying to recover it. ZywOo in with a double. And Rops now left to close. His scout will deliver.
No idea.
And this is the Vitality duo that makes this team so terrifying. The backstabbing from Exertion. Reels in that power duo.
Cómo me jode la gente así, tío.
A very close round, very thin margins, but Mouse
Todo el
still
rato pillando la
hold on.
espalda.
Dude, any round is winnable with Vitality right now. Mouse will take it, they'll take the victory, but they know it comes at a cost, and they know it tempts even Vitality to continue to fight, to keep the pressure on. That would be crazy. They should take a breather. But every single one of these rounds, a possibility for Vitality. Stop to the final hurdle. Just Eagles now. Mouse breathe a sigh of relief.
Starting to build to something though, right? You're in control of the money all of a sudden.
Issue is, as soon as Vitality get that 12, Mouse are broke. It's the same rules apply. Keep it clean.
So Mouse take one of these in that first half, just a chance to talk things over. The longer you take, the more you tell your opponents waste as well. And every penny counts this late in the game. Exertion gonna get the spot that everyone's out here in mid. Just don't fall down to the Glocks.
Don't need these fights, Mouse. Let them come to you. Jittery.
Feels weirdly tense considering they're only up against these pistols, but Jimmy gonna alleviate some pressure, swings out for the fight, the rest of Mao's in behind him. Just takes that first guy to take the risk, and everyone else piles on through.
Yeah, it's fine to do it all together, right? Just don't get picked off one by one. Mouse crunch in middle, Vitality had nothing to stop him. Another shot to shut this down for Vitality. They've been waiting. Force eco, now the buy. No op for ZywOo, no need really.
Not the prettiest of investments though, right? You're pretty limited here. So Vitality left relying on the gunfights now. Don't get me wrong, that's been good for Vitality. Flames, especially.
No puede ser.
Flames can see through smokes.
No puede ser, vaya ronda.
That's 2 kills from him out in mid. Mouse have no idea. But Spinks and Exertion, in the most important round of this game, it ends without them seeing a single enemy. And now Vitality have gained a lot of ground. Torshi gonna catch one back, but Vitality are all the way through A. They are in the spawn of Mouse. Torshi holds on to the cross, but there's a smoke down. Alex not to take the shot.
Guau,
This
vaya
might just be a
ronda,
save
chaval.
and a necessity
Que se
for
acaba de
Mouse.
marcar el
That
Flame.
double kill from Flames. He never even saw them. Intuition on the smoke spam. The guy 18 and 12. The runaway success story over the first map of this semi-final has put Vitality onto map point.
Yeah, he had the opposite game yesterday against Na'Vi. He had like 3 kills towards the end of the map. Apex said, hey, it doesn't matter, Shahar, that you whiffed. We still love you. He goes on to find the 2 multi-kill entry rounds on Mirage to end that game against Na'Vi. From bottom of the board, saved that series. But even here, he's doing it from the top. Unstoppable entries, sets his countrymen ablaze. And Vitality sit on map point on Mouse's pick. The must-win for this series. This spells disaster. This spells destiny for Vitality.
A ver, en verdad el Chertion está haciendo lo mismo todo el rato. Y Spinks le está haciendo el apoyo en
Just a
corta,
brutal
o sea
way when you finally
que...
start to find some rounds in succession and feel like that's how it all gets decided. You know, all throughout the major, we've been crediting Mouse with this resilience, having to go on the 0-2 reverse sweep, the comebacks versus Spirit. But they've got to show all that in spades in this game. Zaiwu brings us back into a 4-on-4.
Apex has slipped through.
Haven't even had to really say his name. Vitality still have a trump card left to play. Rops stacking the deck more and more in Vitality's favor. 4 versus 3, their eyes set on this punishing A play. Can Exertion be the guy to stop it? No! Rops and Zaiwu will wash over them. And in this final round, that terrifying twosome.
Mouse, este es el mapa que ha piqueado, creo que... Hasta luego.
Must-win Mirage. Vitality are now just 1 map away from the grand finals in Austin.
Yeah, even though they come into every game as favorites, they're still taking on some of the top teams in the world. Vitality have absolutely run over all their opponents. This is a Vitality who look for a legacy, who look for an era, who look for yet another trophy in the cabinet. 6 in a row, crowning it with a major, and they sit within reach of that.
7th clash here for Vitality and Mouse. I've got Flames here, man of what could be said the first map of Mirage. In your own words, how did Mirage go?
Well, it went for us individually for me, and it helped because we won key rounds in this match, and we did damage on the ecos, so it was tough for them to build economy and get back into the game. Overall, it was a good map for us.
So tell me about going into Inferno. You're in a semi-final here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Tell me how Vitality goes to close this out.
Well, we need to play our game. We have good preparation against them. We're confident, and we just need to stick to our game.
Thank you very much, Flames.
Thank you, boss. Have a good one.
The Vitality Clinic is in session. They arrive with a sting in their tail. That may have been Mouse's map pick, but they don't give a damn, Maui. They completely steamroll over them, and they're catapulting themselves further and further, closer and closer to that grand final.
Really felt like Mouse had us going there in the first half, or maybe just the first few rounds. I felt like the game was shaping up to be competitive, but once Vitality got guns in their hands, a little bit more utility, they got in the server, and I don't even know if Mouse was able to reclaim any of that fire that they showed at the very beginning of the game.
That's what it felt like. It felt like Mouse remained competitive in the first, say, 6, 7, 8 rounds. Vitality took a little while to warm up into the game. Flamesy took a little while to warm up into the game, but as soon as that happened, it felt like we're back to normal. We're back to Vitality being significantly better than their opponent, significantly better than Mouse, and I feel like I've seen this game before. You know, that's the feeling I'm sitting back with, that I know we've been watching a lot of grand finals, a lot of games between Vitality and Mouse, but a lot of Mirage game has happened as well, and the way they lost this one, Mouse, I feel like I've seen it transpire before. So a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is.
We got to hear from man of the map, I would argue, Flamesy there in a couple of winning words after that Mirage. Let's dive into a round where he had so much impact, because he had that A site on lockdown, Jacob.
Yes, and I want to give context to people who didn't watch the quarterfinal yesterday. Na'Vi played well against Vitality, and Flamesy was being exposed on this A-bomb side, sitting a lot behind balcony, not getting a lot of stuff done. Today, proactive. finding the fights, you know, moving around, constantly being proactive, constantly looking for a fight, winning the duel on towards ramp, again securing a man advantage for Vitality. Once again out here, looking for another fight, winning the fight as well, whereas for yesterday he was very static in his position. So I'm 100% sure that flamez and Apex together have been talking about, listen dude, you need to be a little bit more proactive. You need to put yourself out there, trust your aim, trust your instincts. We can't wait for you to be baiting for you, to sitting on the balcony, to maybe play a bit more passive than you did yesterday, and you could see the clear difference. flamez had so much impact on the CT side, and he was a big part of the reason why Vitality got back into the game.
I mean, also, on the round where he had that great pop-off towards A, unsung hero, Joker player, and Rops just sitting in Palace, though, allows him to take those fights with so much conviction. So much of flamez is predicated on what he does himself, don't get me wrong, but when someone's able to cover one of the primary angles that he would normally have to worry about, it makes focusing on the fights so much easier for him, and then you can see the mechanics are on display, like instantly two-bulleting almost everybody on the Mao side that comes up to fight him.
Yeah, let's dive into some Rob's highlights as well whilst we're at it, because you talk about that 1-2 punch aspect, Maui. I think that's something that's severely underrated about Rob's, right? It's not only the kills that he's able to get in the server, it's how he's setting up the side for the rest of his teammates, right?
It's something we don't talk enough about. I think when we talk Counter-Strike and players and teams, you can have a player like Robs in your team, and yes, he will have an individual output. And as you can see in this highlight package, he's getting a lot of kills, but he also makes the players around him so much better, because you can count on him. You know exactly where you got him. I think me and Dupree had this conversation earlier as well, that one of the worst things to feel as a player, and probably one of the biggest weaknesses we had as players, was that if you didn't know where your teammate next to you were, you didn't feel comfortable on the server. You were afraid to take the duels, you were hesitating a little bit, but I think if you're flamez, if you're Apex, if you're Saivu, being next to Robs, you always know where he's gonna be. You always know that you're guaranteed that he got your back, which means that, as you said, you feel so much more confident going into the duels.
He maintains space for you. He covers your blind spot. If you don't know what's going on that side of the map, don't worry, Rops has got it, okay? You don't have to be everywhere all at once, and I feel like Rops there, it goes to show that he added so much in terms of dynamism for the team there.
Yeah.
So he's moving around so much on CT site. I think half of his highlights are on the A bomb site. Like, he's not the A anchor, by the way.
This isn't to dunk on Spinks in like any way, shape or form, but it was something that like I'd always talk to Apex about, right? Is you know, having to micromanage some of these moments himself. And when you have a player like Rob stepping into that situation, you can trust that he's going to go off. He's got that killer instinct. He has the mind for these type of situations.
Rops just understands so well by looking at the radar at a glance what he needs to do to fill in the gaps and to assist his teammates. He creates such a great flow with the team, and he rarely ever breaks it up. I mean, yeah, again, like to draw the comparison with Spinks, Spinks would sometimes just go do what he feels like he needs to do in order to get some kills for himself. But I feel like when I watch Rops Pimp, it just feels like he's always accomplishing some objective that is allowing the team as a whole to take better map control or at least hold it.
I mean, the smart viewer would be thinking, well, then he must be easy to read if he's doing the same thing over and over again. But Peter even described that to us as well, that he's one of the hardest players to prepare out for, because he's changing small details all the time. Could be the angles he's taking, could be the position he's taking, could be the timings. And I think he's very good at conveying that to his teammates as well, communicating that this round I'm going to play it in this way. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more laid back. But he's giving the information to the teammates so they always know where he is, whereas for the opponents, they can never figure him out.
Let's look at some of the details from the T side then for Vitality. We got round 16 coming in. What's the story of this one for you, Maui?
Well, this one felt like it was getting pretty scrappy. You know, there was a body block on the stairs smoke. It felt like Exertion's opening kill was going to lock down this bomb site. But Apex throws a molly onto balcony, then flies out the balcony with a flash from Zaiwu, and then he just goes crazy on the bomb site. When you say that there's a spoil of riches on Vitality, it's crazy that you also even need to include the IGL as another source of firepower. With a little bit of setup, Apex was able to turn around on its head and able to find a double entry, which was then closed out unexpected or completely expectedly by Zaiwu. Like, when he's in those late round moments, he's always going to get the job done at the end.
That's the cool thing about Apex. I think we brought up the rating graphic as well during Dallas, where he's actually getting better and better and better the deeper you get into the playoff. His grand final rating is significantly higher than his group stage rating, which in itself is crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Let's dive into another nuts moment from this map. Round 20, flamez, he's just got that sixth sense. He doesn't even need to see the people for them to be dead people.
I mean, let's be honest, it's the most important round in the game, because if Mouse is winning this round, they're making this game very competitive. Look at the buy right here from Vitality. A couple of AKs, but no utility, no nothing. He's just spamming through people through this smoke. That's also part of the magic. That's part of what flamez brings to this lineup. You can never count them out.
This round sucked the air out of the Moody Center, where everybody felt like a comeback was brewing for Mouse, that they finally were able to find their feet in this map. like Flames just sucked the life out of it completely. Getting 2 kills through smoke like that, just understanding the tendencies of his opponents that well. There's so little you can do when clearly the game planning was just better for Vitality, along with the fact that the individuals were sharper too.
One individual that you wanted to see more from, particularly on that CT side, which unfortunately we didn't, there just weren't that many rounds available for Mouse, that was torzsi. Wasn't necessarily the story of the AWPers on both sides of the server here on Mirage, but yeah, we did need more from all of the individuals, including torzsi on the side of Mouse.
Of course. I mean, I feel like torzsi always has a hard time when Mouse starts on the T side. He's just not, in general, the best rifler, doesn't always get involved in the best ways when he's on the offensive side. And I feel like, unfortunately, he maybe would have got things going, but then, again, we saw Flames, he just kills 2 of his teammates through smoke. They stack the B bomb site. He's playing a game of saving, and I think you could pick a lot of people from the Mouse side. It doesn't just come down to torzsi for me, even though we do want to see more from this guy. Like, Brolin had a really hard time getting into rounds from the A ramp. I mean, we had Yimpat, who was barely contributing as well, and I really wanted to see him pull something off, but it was, to me, it's just one guy. It was mostly just exertion for me.
That's true, and to me, that's the scary part as well. You just saw Cyber's rating here as well. His KD, true KD, 14 kills, 7 deaths. You look at the scoreboard, you think, that's nice. Only 58 ADR for Cyber, not necessarily having too much impact in this game. And when he's not fired on all cylinders, and Vitality is still significantly better than their opponents, there's such a long way for them to win that game. And I do want to single out torzsi one more time, because I do think the last couple of months, he's shown us that he is the guy you can rely on. He's shown that he's been one of the most reliable players within the Mouse camp. He's been the one player who, in certain playoff games, would always step it up, would always be the hype man, would always deliver on the server. But the more we see torzsi play here in Austin, the more I realize that he's not having a great tournament. He hasn't had that pop-off game, or he hasn't had that game where he's the one taking charge of a half and really dragging his team into it outside of being the hype man. And I want to see that torzsi, because he's good enough for it. He's shown us that the last couple of months.
Does this smell like the end for you, Maui? Of course, we've got Inferno awaiting. That's Vitality's map pick. Is it over for Mouse? Is it the last time we see him in the Moody Center?
Ah, God. Every time, I mean, like, it doesn't bring me any joy to say that. I feel like it does end here, but Vitality have just been so darn good at Inferno. So Mouse on the other side, not even necessarily the best map for torzsi. AWPers don't always have the best opportunities to get the sniper in play on that map. So I want to see them punch back in this one, but if you really push me to it, yeah, I'd say Vitality 2-0.
The odds looking forever in Vitality's favor, as Inferno does await on the horizon, but not before we head things to a quick break. Join us back after it to see if Vitality can go 2-0 here in Austin.
Inferno is going to be the second map of the series. Now, the last time Vitality and Mouse played against each other, Vitality won. And the main reason why is because they were always a step ahead at Banana. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the last match that they played against each other at Dallas. It first starts off with Mezzi. He clears the top of Banana. He gets mollied off slightly, and they're forced to fall back. But this is not a bad thing, because Vitality know that with this Molotov, it slightly signals the fact that they could actually be going for the retake nades. They might actually retake it. So here's how the setup looks. Vitality, they end up boosting up here towards that half wall position. And Zaiwu, he takes a very particular spot here towards the area. It's because he actually goes on top of the half wall position. And by going on top of the half wall, the first thing that happens here is that you'll see that part of his head is actually covered from this roof. Now the second thing, more importantly, is the fact that this roof actually covers the most common flash that the CGs like to throw. It's from that spool side. If you try this in a practice server, you'll see that when you throw this flash, you won't actually get blinded from it. You won't actually get blinded from it. And the reason why is because it covers it. If you crouch, you'll actually get blinded from it. So that's the first thing. They set up Zaiwu to actually play on top of that half wall position, while Apex and Mezzi, they go here towards that left side. Now, when they go here towards that left side, notice that they play anti-flash. By playing anti-flash, the idea is that if Zaiwu gets hit by uncommon flash, then both Mezzi and Apex will be able to swing around and catch it right away. You'll see here that Mouse, they walk right into the trap. They end up throwing the deep retake nades, which signal that it's going to be a retake. And as soon as the flash comes in, you'll see how it unfolds. From Zaiwu's point of view, he does not get hit by the flash, not even a little bit. This allows him to catch exertion. He gets traded. And for Mezzi and Apex, because they're playing anti-flash, they're close enough to actually capitalize on that second trade. Once they get those kills, they know for sure there has to be a third player. And that's because with the flash and the timing of the peak, there has to be a player towards that left side of sight. For both Mezzi and Apex, when they come in, they are only looking towards that left side. They don't even bother with CT. As soon as they find that kill, that's the sight. And you'll see that from the CT's point of view, from Spinx's point of view as he comes in, or rather exertion, he has no chance against Zaiwu here playing on top of that half wall position. With that spot, such a powerful one, and for Spinx coming through, even though he gets a trade, he gets taken down right away. So that's why Vitality were able to beat Mouse last time, is because they were able to control that banana side so well. We'll have to see if it changes this time.
And I don't suspect there's going to be many changes coming into this one, Danny. We know Inferno is such a solid ground for the side of Vitality. Right now, Jason, it's just feeling like it's written in the stars that Grand Final berth, it is right there for the Bees.
It's there for the taking. The exact map you'd want to be playing if you're Vitality, with the Grand Finals on the line. Incredible record on it. They've been extremely dominant, although let's just put it out there, their last loss came to Legacy in the group stage in the best of one, which is a little bit crazy to think about, but I mean, Vitality, we just saw a map where Zaiwu just played kind of like average for Zaiwu, and they still handled business, and it's all good in the Vitality camp.
Vitality's looking strong, you know. If I'm on the Mouse side, you know, I'll be looking worried, because everyone on the Vitality side has been showing, you know. We've seen, especially Flamesy had a really good showing coming into Mirage. And we know, like, coming into Inferno, that Banana is going to be such an instrumental way. It's a key objective that both teams want to be fighting for, and we especially know the dynamic duo of Apex and Flamesy is going to be going there. So it's going to be a brawl. Everyone's going to go for their fight, but I think that Vitality is looking that sharp, and they can grasp and feel that the trophy's just within reach, and now they're just living up to this expectation.
And I think that's the thing that Mouse has to get at going in the start of this map, is if Flamesy has the map one that he did, and then he's also going to be in Banana, such a critical point, you've got to slow him down and cool him off really, really early. That has to be a point of preference for them in their game plan of saying, the first 3-4 times we go Banana, we must win this fight. We must make them respected, because Apex there with Flamesy, we know Apex just likes to set his boys up. That's going to be really dangerous.
Perfect segue to asking you, Dupree, because you played with the man in the middle here as your in-game leader. How do you feel like he's developed in terms of his calling on this staple map of Inferno?
Well, I think it was just, Apex is just finding ways to just constantly create something new, and also just trying to stay one step ahead. I think that's one of his very identical things as an in-game leader, that he wants to be one step ahead, that he knows that if we just hit the A-bombs and that looked really well for us, we're just going to continue doing that. Like, they're the one that has to come up with the game plan. And then if they actually strike back and start winning, he just shifts the pace into another direction of the map. He's so good at always trying to find his opening. He's really good at using his players. Yeah. And the way that he just plays Banana alongside Flamesy, we're going to have to see Exertion come up with like a master plan to try and get some openings, try and stay live, but at least dictate the space for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, Austin, are there any Mouse fans still awake in this arena? All right, that's good, because I was about to say, if Maus actually want to win this game, the only way is Exertion is going to be a good guy, but Torji, I mentioned he's kind of the superstar without PR. He's got to show it off on this map. Once you get to the CT side with the AWP, and you can see him moving around and controlling the map and taking multiple different angles, Torji is going to be the guy who can get this team started on the defensive side. If Maus want to win, he's got to be there with the AWP.
And not to just harp on this particular individual, but because you bring his name into the mix, Dupree, when you start off a series and you're feeling a bit sluggish, you're not putting the numbers on the board. How on earth do you turn that around when it's your back against the wall? It's elimination on the line for you.
I'm glad that it's Mousesports because they've shown this multiple times. It's not the first time they get to do this. I'm curious to see if Mousesports actually find themselves in a more comfortable position by being down 0-1. I think it's actually at this point.
It's like, very familiar for the event so far.
It's at this point that the Mousesports has done this multiple times around, and that's definitely something that would reassure each other in the break that, guys, we've been in this situation before. This is known territory. We know how to handle this. And I feel like in general, Mouse is just at a place where they just need to be looking at the shot and saying, guys, we know that we're one map down. We've done this multiple times before. That's definitely been a talking point. Right now, they just need to get their individuals on par, and they need to start playing better together as a unit because that is their strength, and we did not see that to full flourish in Mirage.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think, it's going to be a hard thing for them to do that because I think there's also, with the amount of head-to-heads these teams have had, and Vitality's beat them so many times this year, I think there's a certain element if you're Maus where you might go into a map confident. You might win the pistol round in the first 3 rounds of the half and feel really comfortable and really confident. But then when things start going south, in the back of your mind is just that voice that's just like, here we go again. We know how this one ends. It's happening one more time. And that's the voice they have to fight over, to start this map, to get them in the right place.
And they're going to be starting fighting on that CT side of things. That is a Maus. Let's see how the odds are stacking up. It was pretty handily in the side of Vitality. Damn, okay. Not favoring Maus in this one. Is it over, Dupree? Is this the end of the line for Maus here in Austin?
I honestly don't think that Mouse can show up in the way that we want them to, and also in the fact that the mentality game is not there. So yeah, 2-0 Mattel.
Well, we've called Maus the comeback kings. They're going to need to do it at least one more time. It all goes down on Inferno.
This is the year that Maus have shown unshakable will throughout every match, including on the stage. But this is past the pale. This is a Vitality that they have not been able to walk into, that they have not been able to stop. A Vitality that have only one goal in mind, a major trophy, more silverware for the cabinet, and it feels inevitable now.
Austin, you've been a great crowd, but Vitality are one map away from being our first grand finalists. They say everything's bigger in Texas. Now's the time to prove it. Austin, let's blow the roof off this place!
Vamos por un segundo.
A legacy on the line here for Vitality. Never been closer to the silverware.
Lo que no entiendo es por qué Vitality empieza los dos de... Ah, no, es verdad. Han empezado de Terror en el de Mirage y en este están de Terror. Se han empezado de CT en Mirage.
One map to get them there, the go-to map for Team Vitality. If you see players in apartments, you do not expect the B-pop, but Maus still don't shake on their setup. They come out of Mirage, beaten, battered, bruised. They need to show us our best game yet.
Good timing on the flash play in. That's Exertion to hit the ground rolling. This is the bomb right here. And as he tries to give chase, Messi refuses to part ways with the round. Brings us back into a 4-on-4. And with aggression being spotted over towards B, it's going to send Vitality back into an A play. Jimmy down in the pit, doesn't miss on the first bullet. Has Torshi nearby to lend a helping hand, and between the two of them, they're going to melt this play up through short.
Oh, and Messi saved the round. All he did was delay Maus from the inevitable, taking that pistol yet again just as they started Mirage. And a brief moment of respite for a team that really needs it. Definitely am intrigued by the map just because Vitality came in slow to this major and was stalled out by Legacy 13-3, a dominant victory. but you can't really expect that again, can you?
No, and usually I wouldn't try and read too much into that, right? With how deep the Vitality win streak was, the fact that it was the first time they played a BO1, and that was what broke the streak. That kind of leads you to believe, okay, maybe it was just a slow start, kind of a quiet day. They ran into Legacy, who were red hot all the way from stage 1, not even supposed to be here, right? But then they went on to never touch Inferno again on the remainder of their run to get to the semifinals.
Saving it for playoffs?
I am hoping that's why we see them bring it out now.
The question if Mouse could garner anything from that demo, whether they could learn, whether they could use some things against Vitality. Certainly stolen the pistol. And Vitality offer a rare bit of respect. Some respite for Mouse. We'll get to dance over this eco. Tell us how you really feel.
This is good. We're pre-recording the sounds for tomorrow's game.
Little mid pop.
Now that no one's sure how to field, let's see how this top mid play goes. Little farm up from Torshi. Stat pad round.
Oh, you like that, Austin? Enjoy it while you can. Nice clean 5 alive for Mouse. That's a relief, given how Mirage went. Now Vitality look to come in and take that first buy. Flames and Banana on this T side. That's who I'm looking for. That's who the desk we're talking about. Red hot on Mirage. So many multi-kills. So much impact early in the game as well. Didn't take till the final hour like it did against Na'Vi. So Flames has got to kick this one off again.
Respectful stuff over towards Banana so they can dodge that initial volley of nades. How's wanting to take some real estate here in their first rifle round. It's aggression down through Banana.
Just.
So they'll get the SMGs up close.
Begging for a re-smoke here, Exertion. He is committed right now. It does come down, Brolin getting peppered. Smoke, nade, spam, everything lands. Exertion looks like he wants to commit in this position. He doesn't have to. Takes his chance.
Flames is actually leaning over
Claro,
towards the
yo creo que están esperando eso, la utilidad.
They're on a double lurk. But nothing's been offered.
I like how much time Mouse are buying, right? They're cycling smoke spot on Banana. They're still jump spotting. They're really trying to squeeze out as much value as they can from this position before Vitality take it back. They've avoided the majority of the nades. But finally, Mouse set up in the site, and that's exactly what Vitality wanted. Despite that, Mouse still keep a strong hold on the other side of the map. So nothing is guaranteed. 25 seconds for Vitality to make this work.
Vaya humo, niño.
Re-smoke down on long, but look at this. Spinks tries to make a play through it. He's ready to come through and backstab this A play. Oh, Mezzi's got eyes on the prize though. Smoke held. Jimmy down in the pit as support nearby. Torshi never far away, but they will get overrun. Robson Zaiwu, this dastardly duo again. Trying their hand at another 2v4. Zaiwu low on health. Rob's gonna back up, play for the long game down here in the pit. Now, thus far, Mouse have actually been good at breaking through this duo. But that's going to keep them now if they want to save themselves in this semi-final. Molly going to force Robs out into the open. It's walking the line, and as Zaiwu Exertion can't regain control. And Vitality's duo too strong in their first 2v4 of Inferno. That's how Vitality get on the board.
Dastardly as ever in the 2v4, and no fear for Vitality swinging out, trading attacks, playing it perfectly. Mouse tried to hold off on giving them the info as long as they could, but they had to start running, and Zaiwu sets up perfectly with Robs to win that round. Torchy's AWP. No hesitation, no armor either. Gonna try force these opening kills. Vitality dodge death. It's a bit of info going early in the round. Maybe forcing a reposition for Torchy. He wants to take it back to Banana. Vitality this time, a little more eager to take this space, less utility.
La tienen que meter.
For the bomb site.
Gonna play through exertion.
Full blind.
The play got accelerated, not on his say-so. Torchy attempting a bit of a sequence here. Actually landed 2 in that first bullet. Damage done onto Zaiwu as well. Locked in at the top of Banana. Vitality were keen to pick up the pace there, but that AWP and the smoke down has thwarted them.
Y se coge y se va.
Torchy gonna reposition. And if Vitality just stick to their guns, if they go back to this B play, it's only Brolin there.
Exec ready to come in. 45 seconds, one man hold. He's got nothing but an MP9 cowering behind the boxes. He's going to need multiple kills to even make this interesting. Brolin springs the trap, isolates 1v1s, takes 2 of them. Vitality charging him down, but Brolin's got more to say. Rops and Apex now, their chance to dance in the post plan. They're not going to get this bomb down. They're getting hounded by Mouse. Spinks chases his former captain and finishes the job. Mouse respond swiftly. That's a high-impact round. That puts Vitality.
Como dio la peña que juega este juego como una rata escondida, tío. Pero bueno, hay mucha gente así.
And it started on such dire straits as well. Even the misread, leaving Brolin alone at the B side of the map, but he was able to pull his punches, gets out with a double kill, and keeps Mouse looking pretty. Vitality just back down to pistols, so lead looking to get widened here.
Definitely don't want to jump the gun, but this would just be unbelievable for Mouse to win this map, a map they've never beat Vitality on. Not exactly a go-to map for Mouse. One that Vitality have played over and over this year. Picked.
No, I mean, this was the map they got 13-0'd on in Lisbon.
Exactly. Off the back of a devastating T-side. Mouse with an early reset has slowed the roll of Vitality. If Mouse keep up that momentum, this round should be simple.
It's a 30-second B here. Just pistols left to stop. Should be fine for Brolin, especially with Spinks on his way over.
Molly will churn through these pistols. Spinks is just out of position, though.
All right, the pistols have managed to get through the initial volley, but here we go, the cleanup for Mouse. 5 alive, a flawless round. This CT side feeling pretty.
Look, if anything was ever gonna happen in this game, it's a perfect storm now for Mouse. They're winning these rounds, they reset Vitality, they take clean anti-ecos, they build economy. And as Flames said in that post-game interview, even on our ecos, we were making them close. We were stopping Mouse from ever really getting back in that game. It was a false cosmetic comeback. Well, this is a strong start for Mouse. This is a different game.
No, and you felt that, right? Even once Mouse kind of started to streak together some rounds, they instantly, they lose one, they're broke, and that's it. Comeback kind of dies with it. Here, they've got staying power. Flawless round in that one prior. And finally finding success in the rifle rounds. Something they couldn't accomplish on their map pick.
They've leaned away from Banana heavily since that first gun round, giving the space completely over. So Vitality take it keenly. Re-flashing back in, Mouse a constant threat to re-aggress, and they come in with numbers. Late peek for Zaiwu does nothing for Vitality. Unflashed, but all dead. Vitality walk into their demise.
It's not done yet. They try to pick up the pace, get out into middle. They'd Robs and Flames raring to go. It's just the Torshi Orb left to get past. He nearly skewers them. In the end, it's the pistol whip for Torshi. And make no mistake, this is a different mouse to the one that opened in this semi-final.
I just couldn't even see a world where this was going to happen after that first map, because we're not even on an AWPers map, are we? And that was a rifling game back on Mirage. No AWP moments for either squad. Zywoo barely even fielded it. Riflers doing the heavy lifting for Vitality. Well, Torshi's 8-1 now. Mouse have other ideas on this CT side. Seizing the opportunity.
O sea, ganan la ronda y encima piden tiempo. Estos son más tryhard, tú. Y mira que tengo mogollón de pegatinas de mouse, ¿eh?
Is this just a flash in the pan, or is there more to this for Mouse? 5-1 lead, more pistols for Vitality.
Vitality still feeling the burn of this slow start. On that one round in there and then an instant reset. And they're still kind of showing the scars from it. Once again, they lose that last round. It's straight down to pistols and armor. And it's leaving them in a really bad way to open up their pick.
Now Mouse are playing aggressive. Look at that push for exertion, just all the way down again.
They're going to come through this. Waiting in it, Vitality get flashed through, play it fast, up into the Torshi. Oh, head on a swivel from Torshi! And he ain't missing. 3 kills from the Mouse Orb on the long side. And what was meant to be a change of pace only leads to a faster demise. Vitality locked out. Torshi getting fired up.
First cheer I've heard for Apex all week. And he's got to dig deep on this one now, because Vitality are facing a wealth of economy for Mouse. Another flawless round, an empty T side, a red hot Torshi on this AWP. Sitting 11-1 for Mouse. B-site has been impenetrable for Vitality.
Something just feels a bit different with Torshi too. He's not going for like the big bombastic celebration where he's trying to uplift the whole team. He looks really dialed in. Like that was pretty muted considering he's 11-1, 3 kills sequence over on long to keep this scoreline real good. I've seen Torshi scream the house down for far less. But I don't think he wants to interrupt the sort of flow state he's entered here. On this second map of the semi-final, 11-1 from the Torshi AWP, and it's another round where this orb can be put to work.
Just keep this control again and again. That reflash is a big problem here, though. Torshi's orb comes into position. Vitality cower in the corner. They're blocked. Molly forces that peak exertion, just loses the angle. Torshi think this is getting wrong, but Xerxes saves him. Bails out his AWPer.
Look, the whole time this was happening, Vitality were trying to take space over here in A. And that kill rolls out the red carpet for this A play to come through. Brolin stealing himself away. Has support from Spinks on the crossover. And he'll get back to long in time. Just Mezzi left for Vitality. Reduced to dust by the Torshi AWP.
Oh, unstoppable. Just goes in again and again and again. These repeats with Torshi are humbling Vitality on what was meant to be a home map. Getting away from them. Rock solid holds on both bomb sites, time after time, gun round after gun round. Where has this Mouse been?
Dude, I mean, at the kind of dawn of this rivalry for Vitality earlier in the year, Apex had a lot to say to Spinks on the other side. He wasn't too nice to him in these head-to-heads. He'd often call him a beta, say that he's hiding, try and get in his head to make him play different. Well, Spinks is starting to feel like a bit of a defining character on this second map, and that was a high-impact sequence from him over on Moto.
Well, this is definitely the scariest head-to-head for Spinks, not just because it's the best team in the world, but because it's the team he was formerly in. But he has been the piece that has leveled up this Mouse squad ever since his addition. An immediate trophy on a stage at Cluj since Spinks joined. And they've gone from strength to strength. Showed up against Spirit when they needed him. But to now do it against your former squad that has only improved since your departure, well, that's vengeance, and it tastes sweet for Spinks.
You know, after both orbs took a holiday on map 1, relieving to see Torshi come into Inferno, giving you this much faith in a Mao's comeback. Another round where Torshi will find himself in the right place, but a missed opening. He goes back in. Risky move on the AWP, but Torshi makes it work. Keeps this in Mao's favor. Is going back the third time. Too much! No, Torshi! Always room for more. Shooting for the stars as he pulls out this Tech 9, but he's got support. Mao's might be hitting like one, but it doesn't have to be a one-man army. The strength comes from the team.
0-8.
And Apex slinking out at 0-9. Flip the bird as Mao's are running away with Inferno.
Oh, the stress is setting in now for Vitality. This is they haven't been in a single round other than that 2v4 they picked up. They haven't been close. They haven't been in consideration. Torshi is dancing over their grave.
And this is where, like, the one thing you could not put against Vitality at all coming into this major at any point was just recent form, right? Yeah. Like, with the win streak they have, with how the first half of this year has gone, there was no doubting the form of these individuals. But as mentioned, Inferno, this was the one map they didn't ever look to again after taking that L to Legacy on the first day of Stage 3. This is the first time we've seen them play this map since then at the major. And you're feeling very, very rusty right now if you're Vitality. And Mao's have had a lot of time now to get warmed up and acclimatized. Prepared for the task that lays ahead at 8-1. Their brains have started thinking about a map 3. About this series going the distance.
Yeah, it's red hot. When you look on the other side, it's Flames 1-9, Apex 0-9. Where is that entry power? Where is that star power for Vitality that they needed on this T side? It might get worse before it gets better. Apex spammed down through that smoke. Vitality cordoned on both sides. Go back to Banana. This AWP retreats. And blocked at 50 seconds. Mao's continue to keep Vitality out. And this short side setup, Vitality probably not going to go long in this round, right? Running out of time, they're going to walk right into this triple play. We'll go 4 long. Wrapping round the world.
It's just going to be an aim map battle.
Bunker down in the pit.
Like 2 players down in the pit, 3 guys fighting them from the long side, but it suddenly all falls onto Jimmy and Brolin. They're not ready for Brolin. He gets away with a lot of damage. And Jimmy might be trapped in this little cage, sure. But it's Vitality's problem to deal with. The longer he stays alive, the more of a nuisance he becomes. And Jimmy still has more output left in him. Zaiwu has to be the solution. 1v3. And there's the contact. Torshi's up. There to seal the deal.
Ya han pillado Inferno, pero es que les están pintando la cara.
9-1 scoreline. Jimmy gets his flowers, and Apex is looking cooked. Sneaks into the pit player he knows is alive. Disastrous day. After the cleanest Mirage you could have asked for Vitality, they were never in a position where they were going to lose that map.
Y encima le está dando el pick de que está en pit y el tío se queda mirando corta. O sea, no entiendo qué hace.
3 is best case scenario. That feels unrealistic.
If Mao's winning this round, it's the most dominant half they've ever had against Vitality. And at the most important time as well. Hot on the heels of a comeback of Mao's. And the task now falls to Vitality to stop them. Now towards Banana, it's another grouped play, just a set piece into this B site. Three strong though, Mouse have got the read. Brolin's made sure they've got the manpower, they've got the firepower, they'll swing out together. Things start to stall. Zywoo and Rops come in with kills to propel Vitality into this side of the map, but that's where player number 3, Spinks, is supposed to be the one, the safety net, the insurance policy, swinging out a little bit later. He'll stop that bomb in its tracks. Vitality now split up, and divide and conquer proven to be the answer for Mouse. Too strong out, and Mouse pulling ahead in leaps and bounds. The best half they've had versus Vitality at 10-1. It doesn't get better than this.
Tricky, tricky Spinks, that third piece. The Vitality never expect, stabs them in the back. And revenge must taste sweet. Vitality from so hot to so cold so quickly. Where did this come from for Mouse? Delivered on a silver platter.
I mean, dude, if you're Vitality here, you win Mirage, you feel like you're almost in the final. That must have been the feeling. Like, this is such a proven matchup for you. You're always going to have respect for Mouse as, you know, the second best team in the world, but they've never been a challenge to Vitality.
Call Apex a butler. He's just bringing them rounds right now. Mouse chowing down, looking for 11-1. They sneak through the smoke. That's a surprise, but the flash gives it away. Xerxon got to be very careful.
Oh, he's missed his timing as well. Apex been allowed to creep out, but it is hell. Oh, Brolin was waiting with Util. That one gap lends Apex the room for an opening.
They can still save it. Up and over.
Gonna rely on this boost. Spinks once more. Gonna have to bail out Mouse. Throwing into the spot to succeed, but he can't find a thing. He does good damage. Plant in for Vitality. It's been a long time since they've had to play one of these post plants.
Oh.
More nades. Lay damage on thick. No round has felt at all safe for Vitality at any point in this game, and so it's fitting that round 12, as everyone is wounded, everyone's hurting, hangs in the balance. Jimmy playing it first. That's the lineup! Flames taking some space away. Robs with the cross, but the pressure's getting to him. Aim shaky. He's now left in this all alone. 1v2 laid out in front of Robs. He's got to get them off this bomb. Time is running out.
No te creo.
Mouse! Domination on Inferno! And redemption awaits!
Jason Lake here, the founder and CEO of Complexity, also the boss of North American Counter-Strike right now, at least in my eyes, for a long time. Jason, we got a North American major. You're back here watching it all go down. Just tell me the feeling you have when you see all this.
You know, I was talking to my son a minute ago. It's really hard to put your finger on what I'm feeling, because Texas was kind of the birthplace of global Counter-Strike. To be back here from those hotel ballrooms in this amazing venue with this amazing crowd, it warms an old man's heart. It's an amazing event. I'm really grateful for Blast and their partners, you know, for coming back to Texas.
How important is it that we're not just to Texas, but to America overall, to have more events and see this? Because it seems to me the fans are really loving it, and I feel like it could potentially inspire more players to come to the game and to grow, which NA wants and needs.
Yeah, Americans love Counter-Strike. We've always loved Counter-Strike. We haven't performed as well as we would like in the past years. That's you know, not a secret to anyone. But this crowd has been fantastic. The passion they bring is as good as any other crowd I've seen around the world. I'm very proud of them. Just walking around the facility and having people stop me and talking about their love for North American Counter-Strike and the efforts that we're putting in with the NA Revival Series and working with Flom and Mythic League, they're really resonating with people. So we're doing what we can to try to bolster our region, and having a major here really means the world to us, even in the very hot, hot months of summer here in Texas. But we're really grateful to have the major, and I'm very proud of all the fans here.
And I want to just ask this of you on the spot. Is there some inspiring words you can say to future hopeful professional players in North American Counter-Strike?
You know, things in our lives come out of our heart, and our passions come out of our heart. And life hands you some serious ups and serious downs. And all I can say is that the business people like me will continue to try to foster a place for you to grow. I think if you look across different video games, Counter-Strike has proven itself, in my opinion, to be the world's best esport ever. So there are other great games you can play, but if you're a talented gamer, you want a global future with one of the world's most passionate fan bases, there is no second best to Counter-Strike.
And he's been here doing it since the very beginning. That's why we love Jason, that's why we all love Counter-Strike.
Mao's set Inferno ablaze in the best half they've ever had against Team Vitality. With their backs against the wall, they fight out of this hole and look to send us all the way into a 3-map series. It's not just a strong half. It's looking like the most dominant game they're ever going to have against this super team. Pulled out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround's been staggering. Torshi lights out on the AWP. Jimmy a rock over towards pit. And Spinks always a nuisance. Always a part of those triple B setups in that first half. Brolin doing a good job of making sure Maus were in position to succeed. And if they win this pistol, that spot in the grand final is still open to Maus. For Vitality, this round is everything. They were going to try and pull off an 11-1 down comeback. It's got to start here. It's got to start now. And it might just have to start with ZywOo. 3 kills under his belt. Now the only man left at this B site eventually will get overrun. And at any other time of day, a ZywOo 3K would be enough to win you a round like this.
Mao's wave. Mao's walk away. Your time is wasted. Your time is up. Will the penny drop? Vitality have no idea. They're considering it. The timing is so good. Mao's get the plant. They get the time to pick their positions. Pick wisely. A major final is on the line.
You very rarely see Vitality feeling this uncertain and this fearful in these types of rounds. They get their first tidbit of info now, and that's gonna galvanize the push in. Vitality have control over the site. Brolin swinging on out, will knock out that first player, but it's gonna come down to a clutch. Mezzi versus Exertion, and Exertion caught on the push back out. This is gonna be real close. Mezzi hasn't got it. No time. And so Maus, 11 opportunities to save themselves in this semi-final. They have as many chances as you could ever hope for to lay this map to rest. After winning out that 2v2, it's almost game, set, and match that this one's going the distance.
We want train as well, and we might just get it. Austin, are you ready for a third map?
See if Maus give the people what they want. They'll go slow into this first and potentially the last round they've got to play. It's a cobbled together buy for Vitality. Apex with a Mag 7, Flames and Mezzi nearby to help him. But there's been no output for anyone not named ZywOo. Apex suddenly has his moment. Jumping mag 7.
Oh my God.
Even more from Apex up close.
One more. Yeah!
Oh, yes! Apex has wings! 3 kills from Vitality's captain on the shotgun atop Banana. And a wild way for this round to go. Mouse have not had to run into that one before. 2v3 now, and they slow it down still. They'll leave Jimmy to watch Banana, but what do you even do here? Apex has just ruined your entire first gun round. Are they still gonna try this? Smoke for Jimmy, it's just time is so low.
It's the best odds, just walking in. Contact the whole way. Smoke on the site. Mouse want to get weird with it. 12 seconds. Plan coming in. Fake to force the spray. Mezzi gives away his position. Mouse now need to stick if they want to charge in this post spawn. It does go down just about. And low health on Mouse, but don't count him out.
I thought Apex had done enough here. Both these players are low, but Vitality still feeling shaky. It's ZywOo on the push out that looks to secure it. The one guy with output right now for Vitality. It's the 2 Frenchmen that keep the Inferno comeback, which I'm really hesitant to call it, alive. It's a second round for Vitality.
They stop this from being a total embarrassment, and it's only going to be a minor one, potentially. But I don't think Mouse are in a position to worry right now with the game they're having, with Torshi and Spinks firing off. You can ride off a jumping mag 7.
Yeah, it's a wild sequence though. I think it's gonna hype up Apex. He needs anything he can get to get him smiling right now.
Just to light you up before that third map, because Vitality, this would be devastating to go into that last game of Train, getting humiliated on your home map, on a map Mouse have never beat you on in 18 maps between these teams this year.
The map that broke their win streak, that they didn't play again throughout the rest of the major.
And to be honest, that felt like a positive, them losing their win streak. A bit of pressure off this team, not thinking about every single series in stage 3. But here in the playoffs, there's no second chances. It's now or it's never.
Hail Mary apps pop, out they come. ZywOo gonna light him up, and he's got support now. Kept that pit player alive for long enough. Rops gets in a position.
You can't doubt ZywOo. He's, like you said, he's the only guy who's giving Vitality any reason to believe in this game.
Rops just started climbing up the board with him, and like it is that duo that lends any intrigue to this.
Why do I hear you entertaining this?
You shouldn't be. It's 12-3. But there's a reason Vitality are number 1 in the world.
Stop talk, start train. That's what Mouse say. But one more eco before we get there. That last round.
Yeah, Torshi.
Gonna be the hardest to get.
Yeah, that's where we are. Yeah, let him know you saw it. Go on. This is good. This is getting Torshi fired up. This is the rifle round coming up next for Mouse. This was their chance to calm the nerves, talk things over, interact with the fine folks watching in the crowd a little bit.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
No, stop.
No. No one's going to lose this round. Not Vitality, not the best team in the world. It's fine. ZywOo, very safe pair of hands.
I mean, this is a guy who said he was pissed when he found out he was number 3 in the world.
It is the worst he's ever done.
Exactly. And that absolutely lit a fire underneath him. ZywOo's strength to strength this year alone. Higher heights, not just an individual but in the very team he's in. So a 4-piece in middle as Mao's come back in with the buy.
Who's juggled both an AWP and an M4 over towards long, so he's got options open in this round. Him and Rob's left responsible for this A site. It's just two-man hold.
You like that?
That's going to let Vitality play with extra resources over there towards B. There's that drop gun for ZywOo. Even hearing the two different sound cues is misinfo for Maus if he fires that M4. It doesn't look like it's going to come to that. He's already put a lot of distance between himself and the long wrap. In the meantime, Exertion has walked his way up through Banana. Ooh. Still, it is this A play wrapping around over on long. It's just the tag from the ZywOo AWP.
He'll take that.
Spinks will make it past.
Oh, no.
And as ZywOo went to give chase, he goes right into the trap. Rob steals himself away, but this is a battle he has to win. A battle the whole war depends upon. Apex trying to hit this timing out through long, right as their attention is on Robs. Advantage starting to dwindle. Maus still get out with a plant, but it's not done yet. Jimmy tagged up, brought down low, everyone's wounded. Maus have the advantage, they hold the cards, they're in this post plant, but they're losing bodies. Torchy trying to provide, spots out this last player, and it's on Torchy, and this one gets closed. Maus, and that signature resilience, remaining a factor in this semi-final. And Train looming off in the distance. A dominant map win for Maus. Tees up this semi to go all three maps.
A miracle for Maus to do it in that way, that dominantly on a map that Vitality absolutely love. It is a beautiful game of Counter-Strike from Maus. It is a capitulation of Vitality, something we don't see or say every day, and Maus make it all the way to a third map.
Indeed, Sphinx, one of the best performances we've seen out of Maus versus Vitality ever. Where did that come from?
Yeah, we said during the first map, this crowd was a bit too quiet. Of course, they don't want Vitality to win, so we said we have to get a third map and give some rounds for this crowd to enjoy.
Is the belief there? Is the belief there that this is the day that you can beat them?
I don't know, we'll see. We are confident on Train, and yeah, we have a good chance.
I'll let you go, thank you so much.
The most decisive victory Maus have ever had over Vitality on a map they have never beaten them on so far in 2025. And dupreeh, it could not have come at a more opportune moment for them. We have a semi-final on our hands.
I don't know what made the thing that changed, what flipped the switch, but I just hope this switch stays on for third map, because this was a completely different looking Maus from what we saw on Mirage. I think Spinks didn't touch it, and maybe it was a little bit too quiet, and that is what can happen once you enter a stage and you're going up against a team that you might have some kind of a mental blockade towards. I think that the way Maus was played this game was a lot better in the terms of mostly their multi-kills. I think they were, whenever they found themselves in positions where they had to get multi-kills, they got them. That's what they didn't get. They didn't win out the Tracer Mirage. And overall, I think you talked on the Torches one, the guy had.
Yeah.
Damn, boy, he was showing
I was going to say, that's probably the switch right there. That's the one that was flipped, was Torji came into that CT side with the AWP. And like Inferno's a map, I mean, Device always showed us how you could dominate the map of Inferno on CT side with an AWP. Torji's just kind of building upon that legacy where they just moving around the map, grabbing your one kill here, changing position, grabbing another kill here. He was an absolute beast. And I mean, he made it so difficult for Apex and Vitality to read where the weakness on the map is.
No, he was just an absolute menace in the server, particularly considering, you know, the slow start, the lackluster approach that he had on map number one. I was asking you about it, dupreeh. It can be so tough when you're put under pressure in these situations, but you sold me on it. You know, Maus, they have thrived in these situations where they have been in the deficit position, and Torzi, man, it's just so beautiful to witness his comeback.
I kind of feel bad for letting Maus sports down and saying that I didn't believe that I could actually win, so I feel kind of bad about this.
Don't feel bad, you're fine.
Device once told me that what creates a great athlete and a great and true professional Counter-Strike player is that it's your capability of bouncing back, and that is what has stuck to my mind ever since playing alongside him. You know, he told me this multiple times. I think that Torsi showcased this one. He's had a very inconsistent tournament, let's be honest. Like, he has not been looking like himself, but he did have cases like this one before where he just decides to, you know, just show what he's capable of. And I think Maui talked about, he's like a little bit of a CT side merchant. And, you know, the fact that they got to start on the CT side maybe was also instrumental for Torsi to have such a good game.
And it also helps if you get 11 rounds on that CT side, and then you don't have to play too much of a T side as well.
That's true.
Those are the nice games to just go easy. It's cool too because you talk about that conversation with Device in the context of Torji, but it's the same in the context of Mouse. If you look at their entire tournament run, it's been like punched in the face, went 0-2 on day one, bounced back and went on their rattle of best of threes to get all the way to the playoffs. And now you're looking at them get stumped here and respond as well. And so, I mean, we kind of touched on it in the stages where this was happening of like, this could be a turning point for Mouse. This gauntlet they've had to run could make them sharper come the playoffs. I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now.
When they've got their backs pushed against the wall, weirdly, it seems like that's when they're in the most comfortable position, right? Obviously, we had our eyes on Torsi for good reason coming into this map. Banana was also another position that we had to keep looking at. And one of these teams was not like the other in this particular area.
It's almost like you can't spell Banana on it. Like, you can't spell Inferno without Banana. It's like, Banana is always going to be like this thing that always has such many key duels, so many key fights. And it just keeps going back and forth. You see Mousepals were being very proactive, you know. It is, if you can control Banana, whether you like want to go for the aggressive thing or you want to like work on the retakes, that's where you have to put in your effort. And I think that Mousepal did this really well. You know, they took their time, they tried to figure out, maybe they had a lot of, you know, they have been playing Inferno against Vitality multiple times. You know, they've been trying to go back, look back. What have we actually been doing good? What have we been doing bad? You know, what can we come up with? And I think that the approach they had, being very aggressive, at least when they've gotten the Banana, flashing out, but actually having the numbers, that's what stood out to me.
I think it helps too that, I mean, we could just say Vitality played an awful game as individuals. I think Flamesy and Apex at one point were both 0 and 8, which is like, I don't care. Like, even Zywoo cannot hard carry you to two players like that.
We'll get over the negative side of the coin soon.
Okay, we're still on the positives.
Don't worry. I want to stay on the hype train.
I
want to hear the hype from the side of Mouse after a litany of CT rounds. So let's check in with them at the end of that first half.
One is really low. I have two questions. Enough more. I'm just gonna pick ruins a bit. Yeah, Adam has a smoke for Banana. I'm picking ruins, guys. Do it. Yeah. One down.
Guys, listen. Should be two dark, maybe one pool. Two dark, maybe one pool.
Can you flash dark for me?
Yeah, flashing dark. Flash.
Flash a pillar.
Boom.
Close that dark pillar. Pillar. And Banana should be rocks. Up. In the smoke.
I'm blind. Did I kill?
Yes, Banana. Banana. Adam, let me hold it. This one.
No!
Nice guy. Let's go, man.
I'm fucking serious, bro. I got you.
Mouse hype moments are fast becoming some of my favorite, Peter, and there was a lot to be celebrating after just the absolute decimation on that CT side.
That was a very classic TeamSpeak snippet of what happened inside a server and things is getting very hectic. You know,
it sounded chaotic.
It is always a little bit chaotic, but I want to actually like look at the clip and then I want to point out Spinks what he does just before the execute actually happens. He takes like a small breather and he's like, guys, listen, there should be multiple player dogs or one maybe pool. Like, he's, instead of just, you know, yapping out what he's going to do, whatever, he actually goes into the conversation, trying to get a little bit more calm and actually addresses what does the situation actually look like. And he's actually the guy that goes in and takes charge. And this is the charge that I think he likes to have inside of Mousepals. That he's a guy that can go in with experience and have this cool-headed thing, visualize thing, and say, this is how it looks, guys. This is how we're approaching. And it was, you know, that takes a lot of effort to do that in that specific moment.
And you love having a guy like that as a teammate. And I mean, I remember it was one of the things as a coach when I was with Liquid too. It was like we'd go into certain situations and it would look okay, but you have no one actually quarterbacking it. Like, everyone kind of knows you're going for a retake, but no one's organizing and no one's coordinating what everyone's going to be doing. So having someone come take over in that situation, especially when you're already up 10-1 at that point, like, it could be easy to just sit the round out and be like, whatever, it's over, we got it.
And this is something that we worked a lot with back in the day, especially when we came into Vitality, you know, setting up the retake, you know, who actually has the overview, who has the utility, who can do what for everyone. So that was really great to see that he stuck with it and then actually transitioned that into Mousepals.
Moses, this is your time to shine. We've done the good.
Perfect.
Let's get the bad and just go straight to the goddamn ugly. Flamesy, to begin with, obviously singing his praises on map #1. It took him 9 rounds to even post a single kill on this map. That's dire.
Yeah, and I mean, especially, again, because we emphasize Banana so much on Inferno, and we've always talked about it plays out the way Middle does on most other maps. Like, you just have to be able to control it. Yeah, like that's your B defense. Apex, and I mean, that's your B attack as well. Apex is over there doing some work. I mean, this is just really rough to have a map 1 like this, not able to carry it forward, but then just struggle to have any kind of impact, and no one else on the team is able to kind of pick up the slack. This was, I mean, one of those games that was very well played from Mouse, very strong individually from Mouse, and very poor individually from Vitality. Like, when those two coincide, that's how you get blowouts like this.
I also think that is one of the reasons why the map was so one-sided, actually, because we're so used to seeing Vitality being so well-drilled, and whenever they don't get the openings, whenever Apex and Flamesy's not out there creating the openings, if Saiwu and Robs doesn't do it, then you kind of lack the space that is the space that Saiwu and Robs actually thrive so much in.
Yes.
And this was actually the case for Banana this time. Like, they wouldn't get the openings. Mouse was always getting ahead. They were always finding the openings, and that made Saiwu and Robs feel like, guys, we're in a position where this is not familiar territory. I don't remember the last time. Maybe we go all the way back to the Legacy game. This is like one of the ass kickings that we've seen Vitality has been going for.
Yeah, and I think too, like with this Inferno win as well, I think it's obviously massive for Mouse, not only to extend the series, but we kind of marketed Mirage as like a must-win map for Mouse. So the fact that you've come in and just dumpstered Vitality on their own pick, that's a swing of confidence.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this is also what's being said in the interviews. Well, he wanted to give it to a third. You know, he wanted. Maybe they were not too proud of the first map from Mirage. You know, they wanted to show that we can actually do better than this, guys. This is a major semifinal. We're here to play counter. We're not here to just sleep.
Yeah, it might look like dire straits for Vitality right at this very moment, but there is a third map awaiting. And Apex, he had some thoughts about looking onwards to map number 3 during halftime of Inferno.
Guys, release the pressure as well.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Okay, it's live. What happened is live.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
No, let's try to make it competitive. Okay. Let's try to come back to the game. I don't care to lose this map. We can focus on trainers. I don't give a fuck. What I want right now is to go back on the game. Okay, all together.
Yeah.
It's gonna be important.
Is that what you want to be hearing in a situation like this, Dupree? You know what? Let's just throw Inferno out of the window. All hope is lost. Let's just focus on train.
I mean, this is again showcase how good of a captain that Apex is. You know, he addresses the situation. He takes responsibility, saying that I don't care how we're gonna. I don't care if we bounce back. I don't care if we lose this map. I just want to focus on next because this one is looking really bad for us. The most important thing is that we just try and go back into the game. And I've found myself in this situation multiple times where, whether that being the first or the second map, that you're not really getting to a point, you're not playing that well, then you just have to focus on the positive. You need to find some kind of positive inside the negative, and that is just getting back into the game because they know the third map is going to be the most important one.
And I think what's cool about it too is I like the way, it's kind of like the best way I've heard like a leader distill kind of the idea of one round at a time, right? You make that goal, you shrink that goal down from winning the map to like, let's just make it, let's have competitive rounds. Let's start working ourselves back in, and you make that goal a little bit smaller so you have at least something positive to latch onto. Like, yeah, we did go on a little streak of 3 or 4 rounds. We picked it up, but man, if that first half was a disaster, whatever, forget it, now train. It was almost like he started like the between map conversation just early.
Well, Miles, they are biting back hard, which means we do need to decide who will be our first grand finalist on train. Tell me a little bit about this map and, yeah, exactly what you think is going to be It all comes down to Train. Mao's biting him back on that second map of Inferno, which pushes us to this very decider. First of all, gentlemen, are you surprised that this is a decider, right? Mao's had a choice, Dust 2 or Train. Does this pick surprise you?
I'm a little bit surprised because I think we've seen Mouse play Dust 2 at this tournament at a high level. We saw their CT side be extremely strong earlier in the tournament. We've seen improvements on the map of Dust 2 as well. So I personally thought that they would lean towards Dust 2. Because matter of the fact is they have played Train a couple of times against Vitality and they have never ever beaten them. In fact, Vitality is the only team that's ever beaten Mouse on Train. So it is a map they're comfortable with, just not against Vitality.
In the same vein, I'm surprised that Vitality's second banned Nuke to also allow this to just be an option between Train and Dust 2. But either way, I think Vitality are looking at this one, and because of what Pimp said, they're smiling about this kind of map 3.
Any particular individuals that we do need to be looking for? Let's start with the side of Mouse, considering they were absolutely on fire on map number 2.
Yeah, I think it was great to see Torsi come alive. We've been calling for it over and over. We need to see the best of Torsi, we need to see his AWP presence, and we got to see that on Inferno. Now on Train, it's a little bit different, you know. It's hard, Maui. It's not the same old Train with the long distance duels. You have to get up and close. You have to involve yourself in the duel. So I hope Torsi's going to bring the same energy, the same willingness to fight early on in the rounds and establish himself on the server. For my money, Torsi is the key to victory. We saw what happened. The second he starts playing well, Mouse looks like a complete different team.
I mean, he was fantastic there on the CT side, propelling them. If you want to take the flip side, I mean, how can you ignore Zywoo here? How can you ignore the guy that's the greatest we have right now left in the tournament, maybe the greatest we have of all time? If he is really what people say he is and what he has proven to be, he will be a difference maker here on map 3. He'll will Vitality to the grand finals.
And I think Vitality are feeling comfortable. I think they're feeling confident coming into Train as well. A lot of people are questioning, why Train? Are you that good on the map? There's been a couple of close games, but if you look throughout history, they played the map 9 times ever since it got introduced, and they won 8 of those games. A couple of times against Mouse. The only ever loss was against Falcons in a game where Falcons and Monacy popped off completely. Apart from that, they've been consistently playing Train at a very high level. As a matter of fact, when you look at the win scores as well, most of those wins are single digits. Most of those games are not even remotely close for you. So I think if you're speaking to Apex, if you're speaking to Vitality right now, they feel super, super comfortable knowing that Train is the map that will decide their fate.
And speaking of Vitality, they've chosen to start on the CT side of the equation. What do we expect in terms of the setups here, Maui?
Well, one thing that I'm a little worried about, if there was any sort of gap in the defense that I think Mouse needs to focus on, it's Mezzi actually at Ivy. He was really great in map 1. He's been great in this tournament in general, but I feel like sometimes the choices he makes, the decisions when he's between pivoting for Ivy, pivoting to help towards A, that's when he gets lost in the confusion of the round of what needs to come next. And so if I'm Mouse, I'm targeting that space on the map. And Mezzi's been one of the worst players in the 2 maps that they've played in the pass on Train 2 for Vitality.
The cool thing about Train is that there's one position that is so key where it's normally just one guy defending it. Rob's on the small bomb side, on the inner bomb side, so to speak. He's fantastic at doing so, but if he's having a game off, if Mouse all of a sudden gets a feeling that, listen, we can attack both bomb sides, not one of them is closed down by Robs, that's going to open up the playing field a lot more, especially considering that Ivy is a point of contention for Mouse. So I think Robs needs to have a great game for Vitality in order to steer Mouse towards the outer bomb side, and that's when we get to see Messi and Zywoo activate.
There's a few teams that, you know, when you've been absolutely dunked on, that I would be worried coming into a third map. Vitality is not one of those, right? So how do you read this going down? Who is going to be our first grand finalist, Maui?
Well, right now we have this established dominance coming out from Vitality. As they've shown, you can have consistency and really just run the table in terms of the victories that they're finding. Mouse, they're trying to bring us back into an age of parity, but I don't think that Vitality's willing to let their era slide here.
Live odds also sliding with Vitality. Jacob, are you agreeing with that note?
It's hard to disagree. There's absolutely nothing that points in that direction of Mouse. We can't find any stats, we can't find any reasoning, and that's exactly why it may happen right here. I think Mouse have a chance.
One more map will decide our first grand finalist here in Austin. It's all going down on Train.
All right, Austin, you guys have been awesome. You mind if we have one more map in this semi-final? Hell yeah. Mouse have torn up the script. This one's up in the air. It's off the tracks. We go to Train, a map that never should have appeared in this series. Vitality stopped at the door, and we're going to have to see if they can close it out for the final.
This is world number 2 versus world number 1. Both these squads worthy of lifting a major trophy. Both these teams have given their all across this season, but there can only be one. Austin, are we ready to find a grand finalist?
That's a first stop on this train yard.
Lo voy a dejar por aquí esto, gente. Voy a hacer.
Trophy at the tip of the stage, both teams' eyes on it. Mao's in a match they shouldn't even still be here in. And Vitality trying to bounce back.
Oh, that's a weird spot for Brolin. That's Messi's aggression dealt with to open up this pistol. And so Vitality come in after getting dominated on Inferno, trying to be the one setting the tone. They come through with aggressive moves, moves that get punished, moves that ZywOo and Apex are gonna make up for. And a 4-on-3 bestowed to Vitality, that bomb retrieved, and that's because Spinks, look at the room he's found on his lurk over at B.
Spinks v Robs on the extremity, and Robs somehow wins that out. All the advantage for Spinks. Robs swings in. 2v4 in this post part. Torshi's got to thin the herd. He's got to do it quick. His teammate's already fallen. Torshi has no room to move, and Vitality take that pistol back to their winning ways. It's been a while. Despite that pistol for Vitality, I still think it's a benefit. We see Mal start on the T side here. Jacob brought up both games. The Vitality have beaten Maus on this very map. That came off the back of Maus starting CT side, finding five rounds both times, and not really getting a chance to play their T side. With the momentum of Inferno, Maus T side start should be a blessing. But a big pistol pickup for Vitality to put that under question.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not alone.
All right, a force buy back up for Maus. I don't want to sit back and go for the eco right off the top. That plant, giving them some extra money. Already, that's a gnarly wallbang, and the nade in combo with it. Brolin's round ends in the worst of ways before it even begins. Apex taking fight after fight on these players over in main. He's got teammates here to back him up, and this outside yard is closed. Vitality send a bit of a message up against this force buy. They'll take it flawlessly, coming in with aggression throughout. It's a good return to form for Vitality.
What a sick way to start that round. ZywOo just wallbanging out Brolin in pop. Old school. Vitality come in with a bit of vigor as they jump around corners and chase those kills. You can download the Nova Wallet app now for your shot at the 2,000 USDT prize pool. Maus need it. They're broke.
Yeah, nature of the beast. Going for that second round force you wanted to get out of. That was something to show for, but no kills. Means Vitality get to build up one hell of an early bank account here, just to help hold up this CT side of map 3.
Eagles give you options, at least in a map like Train. Plenty of chances to pick players out, but Vitality is staying very mobile, jiggling angles, not committing to duels, not wide swinging. Maus have no option but to eventually just pop. Since B site is under scrutiny, Rops and ZywOo couldn't ask for a better tag team to stop this bomb plant.
Re-smoked at 30 seconds. Gonna have to go through that if you're Maus. Vitality have forced their hand, put them in an awkward position. And so the pistols should get dealt with cleanly. There's ZywOo to make it happen.
Makes up for it. And now we have to see what Mouse are cooking, because as Ades talked about, they picked this map over Dust 2 to finish off. They had that choice.
Yeah.
A map of Dust 2 that they beat Vitality on before, albeit close. They go for Train instead. They change up this veto. Let's see why.
This was your gamble. This was your curveball. So now is time to get their prep in. Apex with a boost.
My God.
Right up over the top of this is being held, but not accounted for yet. Spinks eventually going to knock that player off the top. Robs makes it out of there, but for how much longer? Spinks was going to come through. Ends in an awkward sort of stalemate over here towards B. But at least kept things even. In the downtime, Mouse might now look to use Jimmy and Exertion, who have been waiting to go in main.
This is going to leave Vitality out of position, making this smoke play. There's going to be no one's on yard right now. There's a huge chasm in the map. Mouse can just walk in, and even though one player could go for a flank, surely you don't dedicate both. That is so much resources here for Vitality. The timing looks good right now, though. Mouse have barely recognized the gap they have. They start
Jimmy
to take it.
He's the one still back in main, the one that's vulnerable, most vulnerable to this wraparound. Start to path into the site now. So Mezzi won't be able to find him in time. It's a kill through the smoke. Here's that backstab showing up. And as long as Mezzi's here, Vitality were interested, but he's dead after one. Flames out with a swing. Quelled, it's Spinks to lock Vitality out of this retake.
Yeah, this ain't happening. Mal's on the board, even though Vitality had the info, they had the flank. So risky for Mezzi to walk out there and look for multiple kills. Players can just disappear at any point behind the corners. So nice turn from Spinks, 3 kills to get Mal's their first going round on this T side. And as I was saying, coming into this one, that's what we haven't seen. A fleshed out T side from Mal's, the opportunity to play a full half on the T side against the best team in the world. No better time than a major semi-final. Vitality certainly feeling the pressure. We are but an hour away from crowning our first grand finalist. Who's it gonna be?
Robs with an aggressive move, and Spinks is not ready for it. Clash out on upper, Apex, and Flames getting aggressive. They'll meet Mouse out in main. Fights end even. It's Zywoo now flanking. Mezzi left out on the road in front of him. And Zywoo gets that spot on Jimmy.
Still, Torshi slipped. They've lost him.
The bomb's away from him here. He might have a chance to find Mezzi in the back lines. They've got no idea where Torshi's gotten to. Only thing he has on his side is the element of surprise. And even then, with each passing second, Torshi doesn't creep up. Vitality consider more and more options. Gonna play it together. Torshi is making no effort to go get that bomb. He's playing for the kills here.
They don't know they have the bomb.
Zywoo's AWP is on this angle. Can Torshi deal with it? No! Sneaks right into Zywoo, delivers him that kill. So a failure to launch in that 1v2 out of Torshi. Right idea, but the wrong man on the angle. It all started with that little aggressive move, dealing with Spinks as well, who's been a bit of a nuisance over here towards B.
So much of the early game on Train is setting that precedent of will we push B, will we come and crunch you and pop? Is there counter util? Are the T's nading the ramp every round? Seeing what you can get away with. Vitality testing the limits on their CT side by sending Robs straight up the stairs. We need a smoke on that molly just to stay standing. Mouse have a boost for the top of red. While Vitality sit close to main, no one tempted by this top angle. Mouse's move for their opener goes nowhere. Vitality sit back. They let Mouse take that real estate. Pop isn't a threat. B halls are contained by Mouse, but it's all about where you finish. Jimmy late lurk. And Mouse grouping now at a minute mark. Pretty lax on this outer sight of Vitality, but this could be one way to get an early warning system.
Flames up top. Gets away with a lot of damage. That's Brolin squeezed out from Pop. Gonna try and run it out into the yard. ZywOo's AWP is on the line. Second bounce. ZywOo coming alive. 3 kills deep, but why stop there? As long as Mouse still draw breath, there's hope in the round. And so ZywOo's looking to get rid of it. Mezzi offering up assistance. And Spinks left to save. Watched his team get decimated from the safety of Pop Dog. And even now, this save not guaranteed. Rops is trying to remove him. Apex also walking up on a Pop. Spinks, will he die after time? Rops, that is a punishing hunt. And so it's the sequence from ZywOo, the hunt from Rops, maximum damage done to Mouse. This lead might be about to grow even sweeter for Vitality.
Yeah, well, the first map was a rifler's map on Mirage. The second map was Torshi's map. And now we go to CT side of train. ZywOo is expected to be comfortable. He is expected to deliver high impact round for ZywOo. Multi-kill on the AWP. And with no camera smoke, Mouse just have to watch that round fade away. Stylish shots from ZywOo. Mouse back to something desperate.
Let's step up on everything, guys. We are Vitality, guys. We are doing fucking great season so far, guys. We can do it this fucking semi-final, huh?
Confident stuff from Vitality. They're feeling far better about this than they were about how they showed up to Inferno.
Doesn't know they're close.
They are further ahead than Mezzi was ready for, but ZywOo's here to help him out. AWP on that line, and Mouse instantly concede.
Yeah, they just pop B now because this AWP's on A and they want nothing to do with it. Pistols, desperation, and at least no one close could facilitate a bomb plant here for Mouse. That would be a win. Eagles continue to take their time. Time which allows Vitality to shift into the site. That bomb plant, more fleeting of a prospect. Couple of flashes, a hope and a dream.
Just been so much time to get set up here if you're Vitality, and the map's so quiet. You're gonna see this volley of util, you know exactly what's coming your way, and so Rops, meant to be nice and easy for him. That's 1 kill back out of exertion. Brolin trying to close distance, but Apex already here. Support available from Flames.
Oh, just no one's
just very tidy for Vitality. They're leaving nothing to chance.
No one overplaying there. Flames could have easily re-swung it. Apex calls, I have the cross. He peeks on his teammate. Just keeps it as clean as can be right now. Vitality are just running over these rounds, buy or eco.
It feels rough, right? Like Torshi was full control over Inferno. Felt like he couldn't miss a beat. But here, a map where your AWP can dominate, the conversation is all on ZywOo. Well, Torshi's finally pulled out another one. And he does have a good spawn. Torshi's going to try his hand at an early fight.
Knows the fight that ZywOo wants to take, but ZywOo has other ideas. Straight into the pop side. Torshi won't get his opener. Smoked off immediately. So Mouse's pressure on Ivy. Hoping to give them that engagement. Now they're stalled out. Time wasted. Utility squandered. Vitality remain patient. Jimmy on the lurk. Mouse with a sight in mind.
Jimmy only gets to play if his teammates actually gain ground here. ZywOo's now starting to get activated on this push-up through Pop. He's even bringing a friend along. He's got Flames ripping through the back line with him. Rob's concealed in this smoke. And this is Mouse's own smoke lobbed in. Goes out for the first. They're not ready for Apex. Same place, same problem. And this hole getting dug too deep for Mouse.
I mean, that lurk is irrelevant for Jimmy. I thought he was going to go out Ivy. Obviously, it still depends on his team's success, but he can't even stop that flank from coming in.
This was, you know, this was the big gamble. This was Mouse trying to throw a curveball the way of Vitality, having Train as the decider.
And I respect it, you know, trying to switch this one up, trying to catch him off guard. Clearly, they were ready on Inferno when we thought this was a one-map series. But they are meeting their maker on this T side of Train. Drops a rock at this B-bomb site, often assisted, and it's not going to stop. There's even more where that came from.
Smoke's going to get blown open. ZywOo!
Oh, how?
Lead extended. Spinks has been getting bullied over towards this B side of the map. Also been the one guy with any output right now. It's Torshi, Brolin, and Jimmy with 1 kill each. Individuals just aren't there for Mouse. And with how they've been trying to play, right, running a lot of these sort of split T sides, Jimmy lurking Ivy, 2 players taking Pop, 2 players taking main. You need those individuals looking good. It can't be a one-man army on this T side of Train.
Yeah. Even with how resilient Mouse have been throughout this year, throughout this tournament especially. I won't count them out even at a down bad scoreline, but this just shows Vitality in that championship form that they can get humiliated on their map pick. They can go into Train and look like an entirely different team. Same goal in mind as Mouse hit this outer side.
That was a nice opening, sure. Exertion's taking it one step further, but this is the guy that's been blocking them every step of the way. This is the guy that they just can't get past. Nades rain out from Apex as well. ZywOo gets his help right as he needs it. And a 3v2 looking to crumble away from Mouse, a sign of the times. Jimmy can't find a thing. And now that smoke fades. The odds of Jimmy winning this just went down even lower. Missed timing on ZywOo. And they make this a painful loss clutch. They're trying to kill him after time. ZywOo wants this to hurt.
And that is after time. That's no more money made. That's 2 players who have dealt with that. And, you know, you got to feel for Jimmy in some of these late round situations on Mirage. He was stuck in so many unwinnable moments without the bomb, but I don't think I've seen Jimmy close out a round in this series on the stage. He is struggling. On Inferno, 1 multi-kill and Pits. But really across 3 maps here, he has not been the guy that Mouse need desperately to win these clutches. To pick up a late round scenario. That was Spinks in the Spirit game.
That's after, you know, coming into this, you've just had your best map ever against Vitality. You're meant to be feeling elated, like it's all opened back up again. You have this crazy curveball of the Train decider. And you get destroyed. And make no mistake, Mouse have had no purchase in this game.
Only the second ult for Torshi as well, I feel, in this T side.
And with 2 deaths after time, it feels like even with this maximum loss bonus, even with every way to make money open to them, they're still coming through with these broke buys.
They haven't had a plant in the last 5 rounds, so another boost up. Tricking the trade here. And they're fine in this corner. They can even bail. That run boost even gets spotted. ZywOo not double scoped. Sees the AWP cross over, and he doesn't need to take this fight. No way Torshi will scale up Ivy. So ZywOo just contains. Vitality, every now and then, a little play out of spawn, but for the most part, they're letting the kills come to them.
Vitality are so aware of the mindset Mouse are in and kind of the ebb and flow of this game. Like, there's a minute left, and you still have full belt of util on like 3 players. Sure, now they're starting to use a bunch of it to clear this pop control. But they know the pace that Mouse are going to run. And so as this round continues to tick down, in the late round, that will prove to be important.
As he doesn't
skirmish ends in a stalemate, and Spinks is allowed to fall back. But fall back into what? They don't have any control anywhere else. And so Spinks decides to recommit. In fact, he's even called for Xerxen to come around and join him.
This is ice cold for Mezzi to not flank at any point in the round. Spinks has to consider it. Mezzi starting to move. Perfect timing? No. Spinks stops him. That opens up options. You know it's 1-1 right now.
He's going to split the defense. Apex, his footsteps coming his way.
Lets him through.
Vitality's captain looks to deal a killing blow to Maus. Their first time at trying to stick the landing on one of these 2v4s. Well, there's Apex to make them eat those words. Backstab in. Played perfectly. And this near flawless CT side keeps racking up.
Yeah, captain says F you, Austin, because he's going for that trophy. He is going for the gold. No crowd keeps him down. Humiliation on Inferno, now stepping up massive here on Train. Joint second in the server. Vitality, an incredible reset. An unstoppable CT side. I wanted Maus to have the chance to play this T-half, and they have. They've been blown out of the map. Tied to the tracks. And no one's coming to save them.
That's kind of, you know, the thing that's really sucked here for Maus is, you know, what does Brolin even say? He doesn't feel like he can rely on anyone right now. Outside of Xerxen and Spinks nearly clawing back that 2v4, that's the closest they've come in this entire first half to turning around back in their favor.
Yeah, they got the first gun round, and now it's been 6 straight for Vitality.
Torshi Zorp hasn't been hitting. Jimmy on these lurks hasn't been able to find anything. No one's having any issue for Vitality.
Oh, great position from Flames up close. This shot was Iwu, does that open it up?
Swing and a miss, and that's given them some room to get out through main. This is just a 5-man hit, something a bit more basic from Maus. No longer trying to split this side of the map. They play it group, they play it together. Can that be their salvation? No! Rops and Iwu have other ideas. And so another round where just Jimmy remains. At impossible odds leveled against him. Jimmy, first kill found, but there's that instant swing. No good deed going unpunished. Double digits for Vitality.
They are playing the perfect game right now. A flawless map for Vitality. One blemish on the record. ZywOo finding every gap. And it's not even misutil, it's just missing util for Maus. They pick up the pace. Final ditch attempt.
Yeah, straight out, straight into this A site. Screw it, try and throw bodies at the problem. Hopes that solves it for Maus. They will nail these trades. Brolin double opener. Once more though, it's this duo. This damn duo of ZywOo and Robs. And even though they dealt with one, it's ZywOo on that swing that Spinks had to convert. 2 measly round for Maus. Vitality sit just rounds away from that major grand final and ushering in a Vitality era.
This is no rivalry. This is Vitality beating up on Mouse. 2 of the 3 maps. They may have disappeared on Inferno, but none of that matters. When you check the score sheet, 10-2 on Train, that is all you remember. Team Vitality seeking silverware, seeking a trophy, and a major grand final is just rounds away.
Yeah, this is after the perfect season from Vitality. Breaking records as they do so. And the only trophy left to pick up, the only trophy left to collect was meant to be this one here in Austin. His pistol rounds anything to go by. Mouse might have some more twists and turns left in them. More stuff from Exertion. 3 kills deep in the pistol round.
If nothing else, Mouse have now been given a chance.
Just got to stop Mezzi. And Jimmy will. It's a step in the right direction, but this is a marathon game for Mouse. That's the start with that pistol round. And then never stop. There is no margin for error at this scoreline. You don't want to be left with the question of what if, why did they pick Train? You want to hope that there's something in this CT side that holds promise for Mouse.
And if we just go off of history, right, the 2 maps we've seen between these teams on Train where Vitality have played that T side, they found 7 rounds both times. They had no problems. Everything points to Vitality finishing what they started back on Mirage, albeit a little later in the day. But a victory that will remain undeniable. Can lightning strike twice for Mouse? 2 miracles, back-to-back maps. I don't think Vitality are worried.
I think this is also kind of a perfect way for this series to end, right? Like Vitality in full control, as they kind of should be coming into this major. They were the favorites to win it all. And after getting slapped around on map 2, this is a very, very good return to form. For Mouse, the big question around this team for the longest time was always how they handle pressure, you know, developing resilience and handling the pressure of the stages. And that's been the big journey that Mouse have been on as this roster. And so there's no greater time to showcase resilience or to showcase your ability to perform than at a scoreline like this. We're going to get answers to 1 of these questions tonight. And so it's clean stuff here up against the pistols. For this next one, this is the true test for Mouse. First rifle round for Vitality.
Vitality respected their opponents today. I mean, we talk about the veto of Mouse letting Train come in. I was just as surprised when Vitality's second ban nuke. Bit of respect given to a team that has only ever taken them close, but closer than anyone, closer than everyone. In a near spotless year for Vitality. 6 trophies in a row. Mal's holding on for dear life. But Vitality are coming round that corner, up on Ivy Apex entries.
They actually start to walk it back. Now, Jimmy was here as the second man. The rest of Mouse are starting to flock over as well. And they seem suspicious about this slowdown. They flash Jimmy back in, and that sends him right into ZywOo! It's the Frenchman leading the charge for Vitality. 3 kills from him. And only Spinks and Brothen left to get past this grouping over in main. Vitality look to set their sights on an A play, and that's right as Mouse move away. It's in trying to stay 2 steps ahead that they've ended up 3 behind. This rotation over to B is going to leave them far away from this 2v4.
Almost too good to be true, think Vitality, but Apex has an idea. He's cottoned on. Roland walks in, and he does hit that shot. Opens up a chance. Vitality delayed on this bomb plant right now. Robs' position is potent.
2v4 like this would reinvigorate Mouse. This would get them believing again, because it's been 2v4s against them at every single stage of this semi-final. It's Spinks versus his former team. It was his removal and Robs' addition that took Vitality to new heights. And Spinks, now would be the time to show us what he's made of, but he can't find a thing. Vitality lock him out. And it's all the openers from Apex and ZywOo leave that round on a platter.
Just so calm in these post-plants are Vitality. You just can't get them out of position, even with a perfect Molotov. Messi dives in, dives out. The French find 3 openers. And Vitality looking to force the finish. Mouse know it. Buying downfall for their own downfall. Mouse burn their final timeout. Team Vitality can taste victory.
Last chance to stop the bleeding if you're Mouse. You lose this and a PCU dies up on that stage. It's Vitality in pole position with 8 chances to close it out. Vitality go for a full grouped play. Left Messi on the extremities, but everyone else is going together. It's a grouping for this team here.
Nah.
This is where Mouse, if they do want to stay alive in Austin.
Nah. Yo creo que va a ganar Vitality. Sabía yo.
3 players here. Torshi only adorning this scout. Spinks waiting in reserve out behind oil.
Venga, va.
And all of Vitality ready to come their way. First shot lands, but the first kill falls in Vitality's favor. Sight starts to waver, sight starts to crumble. Jimmy could have the round in the palm of his hands. There's the backstab. Doesn't get greedy with it, doesn't overstay his welcome, but always keep
Aunque los demás juegan también bastante bien,
for Vitality. Teammate starts to join. Missed opportunity on ZywOo though. And if you take a swing at this guy, can you afford to miss? Exertion will pick it up. Messi in the clutch. And don't count him out of it. Bomb on his back. Messi with the reposition. Torshi brings the fight up and over. And Mouse will withstand it.
Lo que no entiendo es, la gente no está apoyando a Vitality, tío. O sea, los únicos que sacan son los de magos. No sé dónde son magos, pero son estadounidenses.
Just peeled the attention away long enough for his teammates to barrel through and help.
Anda, que no limpias Heaven, tío.
Is enough, right? That's how ZywOo gets caught. He goes hunting for Jimmy on upper, gets killed by the pop flank. So Vitality take a breather.
Venga, va. Que vamos a terminar de ver el partido y me voy a plantar un pino, pero así.
Even these rounds are scary.
Yeah, but it is a moment of respite for Mouse. Double swing, Brolin.
Oh, they know he's close.
He's lucky to be alive.
They know he's close.
The horse taken, Vitality walk away.
Y los otros dos mirando a Ivy.
Spinks and Brolin have been good at keeping the aggression up, right? Even though they were a little spooked by the footsteps they heard, by the jiggle they saw, they've gone back and they've re-cleared B upper. And so Mouse are that much more prepared for what lies ahead of them here. He should be ready for this A split. Well, she doesn't want to get caught on a reload here. Be a very awkward way for this round to start off. been waiting all this time for Vitality to finally play their hand, and here it is. It starts with Apex falling down in Ivy. There's the spot from Jimpat, and the rest of them are back in main. Has all the info, and that hero gun is kicked aside. Done now by Robs, who opens it with a clean tap. A couple of them.
Qué putada.
But they'll slow his roll, they'll stop Robs in his tracks.
Sigh of relief when that nade lands, because he's feeling it there. 2 taps to make that 1v4 interesting. For Mouse, it's a question of, is this just a commiseration round or 2? Consolation or a true comeback? 4 out of the 5 rounds in this half. Vitality's reset over, they get the 4 by now.
Like we said coming in, Vitality's destiny is to be in the grand final. They have been the best team this year. Unquestionably, the signing of Robs taking them to new heights. But the skill that Maus have been honing and improving is their resilience and their calmness under pressure. And if there ever was a time to show it, it's in this major semi-final. Still streaking together these rounds are Maus. The gap starting to close in a game that felt so far gone. The second half could have already been over. Vitality could have already been in the grand final.
Arguably should be, but Maus cling on. Again, this crunch. No one supporting from the B side though. Spink just chilling. So Maus put it all on these 2. Zaiwu coming in for the clear. Back turn though. Swings around, spots that first, but he doesn't know that there's more in store. Brolin gets found. Flames, exertion to worry about. Spink swings upper, and that's another kill for Vitality. They even block the next play. Maus can't make a move.
¿Cómo sabía que estaba el champion ahí?
Even the spam is scary. Vitality get the ducks in a row in a 4v3. This is their opportunity to stop this before it starts. To derail this comeback. Apex walks right out.
2 of the heaviest hitters gone for Maus as well. It's Torshi at 4 kills. Yimpat left in this with him. Torshi deleted at his first turn out into the A site.
No chance.
Jimmy trapped on the other side of his Z-smoke, having to come to terms with it. If he doesn't win this 1v4, the finish line is right there for Team Vitality.
La he escuchado.
And it's a 1v4. You're not even supposed to attempt these. You're not even meant to entertain the idea, and so Jimmy won't. Jimmy plays for the save, hoping that this gun can be their golden ticket in the next round.
Yeah, your stomach sinks in this moment.
Venga, va, que esta la tienen. Una rondita más.
You have no chance. Vitality 2 entrenched in the site. 2 entrenched in this series. 6 chances. And to the tune of the bomb, Vitality can feel that grand final. Jimmy even dies at the end of the round. That gun is not saved.
So that's just brutal. You spent, the last 30 seconds looking for a good place to hide, coming to terms with the fact that you had to be the hero. Had the 1 gun in the round that your team were going to have to try and save themselves. And it's gone. It gets removed right as your opponent hits 12. And so Vitality, they've got all the chances in the world. The grand final is within sight. It is within touching distance.
Venga, va, una rondita más, que yo creo que gana Vitality.
5 kills away. And even though there's been a bit more fight in Maus since getting onto this CT side, even though they've taken 4 of the 6 rounds played, they're not left with a lot to fight back with here. Aggressive moves having to be made, trying to squeeze all the value they can. And it's exertion on the board first.
Ah, que le han matado al Jimpa.
Once more with Mezzi on the extremities. Leaves them a man down over in B compared to when they've done this in the past. Pop being held. That's Zaiwu waiting for the reaction. Robs has opened up the back door. Sphinx dead over in ramp. It's that Rob Zaiwu duo. powering Vitality through. And Mouse is so out of
Pues ya
position.
estaría.
They've lost B. They're so far away from making this retake happen. The question of the day was, can they rise to the occasion, finally overpower Vitality in this head-to-head? And we have got our answer. In spite of these few rounds down the stretch, there's not been love for Mouse here on Train. They say that hope dies last, but hope still dies. Mouse are done, and Vitality have a day with destiny. Grand final secured.
7-0, says Apex. There is every Counter-Strike team in the world, and then there is Team Vitality, a cut above the rest. A flawless head-to-head, a grand final, the first grand final in a major for Mezzi and for Flames. And favorites every step of the way, Team Vitality dominate Mouse.
And they now have the chance for this crowning jewel achievement on top of this royal flush of trophies that they've donned across this season. The only one left for Vitality to get is the trophy here in Austin, the major trophy. And that's the ambitions. That is where the target lies for Vitality. Anything less than that would have felt like a failure. And so finals secured. They do it handily past Mouse. That's after an embarrassing second map. They dig deep. And that Train gamble does not pay off. Vitality, more like totality, because it's all them, all the way into the finals in Austin.
Oh, I hear a bunch of woos, and I'm pretty sure that's a good thing. Zywoo, how do you feel, pal?
Yeah, feeling great, guys. Yeah, we just won against Mouse, so perfect feeling.
Yeah, and it is exactly that. Let's talk a little about what happened in this series. You're in the semifinals of the Blast.TV Austin Major, and by the numbers, it looked like Inferno probably would have went your way. What happened?
We just fucked up. Obviously, they play good, but we missed so many rounds. We could play better, so obviously they have good Inferno against us, so we just fucked up overall.
And you get the Train. I lost count of how many smoke frags you got throughout the whole duration of the thing. Tell me about how this flipped on its head on Train.
Train, we were so, I think after the Inferno loss, we were so upset over that, so we wanted to show like we fucked up before, and we just, on Train, tried to play our A game. I think we did it really well.
Yeah, I think you most certainly did. Look, you eliminated Mouse today. You took Spirit, or excuse me, they took Spirit with them. Navi gets sent packing. Is this championship form Vitality? Is this your major for the taking, Zywoo?
Maybe, who knows? Let's see tomorrow in the final, but it might be a gunshot for us.
Who do you want? Do you want Pain or do you want the Mongols?
Doesn't matter, we're gonna beat them.
Give it up for Zywoo!
And on the other end, unfortunately, there is Mouse falling short just of
Pues nada, chavales, lo voy a dejar por aquí. En un ratito volveremos con Vanisher y nos vemos más tarde. Un saludito. Chao.
I don't think we ran out of steam. I think we just didn't play correctly on Train. I think we did a lot of mistakes, and